Emeralds, and we're at Pumpkin Hill. You ready? I ain't gon' let it get to me, I'm just gon' creep down in Pumpkin Hill. I got to find my lost piece. I know that it's here, I can sense it in my feet. The great emerald's power allows me to feel. I can't see a thing, but it's around somewhere. I'm gonna hold my head, cause I have no fear. This probably seems crazy, a graveyard theory. Our ghosts try to approach me and got leery. Ask him a question and he vanished in a second. I'm walking through valleys, crying pumpkins in the alley. Didn't seem happy, but they sure tried to get me. Had to back them up with a fist metal crackle. I'm hearing someone saying, you a chicken, don't be scared. It had to be the wind, cause nobody wasn't there. I searched and I searched as I climbed up the wall. And then I started to fly, I went in deeper. Let it get to me, I'm just gon' creep down Pumpkin Hill, I got to find my lost piece. I know that it's here, I sense it in my feet. The great emerald's power allows me to feel. I can't see a thing, but it's around somewhere. I gotta hold my head, I have no fear. It probably seems crazy, a graveyard theory. A ghost try to approach me, he got leery. Just gon' creep down in Pumpkin Hill, I got to find my lost piece. I know that it's here, I can sense it in my feet. The great emerald's power allows me to feel. I can't see a thing, but it's around somewhere. I'm gonna hold my head, cause I have no fear. This probably seems crazy, a graveyard theory. Our ghosts try to approach me and got leery. Ask him a question and he vanished in a second. I'm walking through valleys, crying pumpkins in the alley. Didn't seem happy, but they sure tried to get me. Had to back them up with a fist metal crackle. I'm hearing someone saying, you a chicken, don't be scared. It had to be the wind, cause nobody wasn't there. I searched and I searched as I climbed up the wall. And then I started to fly, I went in deeper. Let it get to me, I'm just gon' creep down Pumpkin Hill, I got to find my lost piece. I know that it's here, I sense it in my feet. The great emerald's power allows me to feel. I can't see a thing, but it's around somewhere. I gotta hold my head, I have no fear. It probably seems crazy, a graveyard theory. A ghost try to approach me, he got leery. Spooky up in here, it's crazy in here. We still gon' keep it going, I'm Knuckles. Nobody scares me. Whoever want it, bring it. I don't care, we can do this.
Alec Hunter is here to stay. Alec Hunter knows the way. Alec Hunter, king of crochet. Alec Hunter will make your day. Alec Hunter is here to stay. Alec Hunter knows the way. Alec Hunter, king of crochet. Alec Hunter will make your day. rap about a man named Alec Gunter, tricking this girl and I straight up Alec stumped her. Holding crossbow like he's literally Alec Hunter. Passing a football called this dude Alec Punter. When he's doing bad, he is trash like Alec Dumpster. Wife is literally cheating, so Alec go confront her. Thinking about stuff he's doing and Alec wonder. Shooting lightning from his fingers like he's Alec Thunder. Alec Hunter is here to stay. Alec Hunter knows the way. Alec Hunter, king of crochet. Alec Hunter will make your day. Alec Hunter is here to stay. Alec Hunter knows the way. Alec Hunter, king of crochet. Alec Hunter will make your day.
Good evening, boys, girls, and envies of all shapes, sizes, colors, and orientations. Welcome to the one and only Alec Gunter stream. My name is Alec Gunter. So good to be back. Beautiful day right now, at least. It wasn't earlier. Go figure. Would have loved to go for a run and go for a swim, but alas, shit is what it is in Ohio. You know, you can't win with the weather. It's just a roll of the dice. Good night. If you mean that as a greeting, good night, I guess, but that's usually in the English language a farewell. But yeah, busy day today. Walked to the gas station, got me an egg sandwich and an energy drink. I phased out the Gatorade. I'm trying to slowly phase unhealthy habits out. Not that Gatorade's unhealthy, but it was expensive, and buying one every day was an unhealthy practice. Got to do more water, I say, as I have a Sprite in front of me. So yeah. That dude you react saw your vid, apparently. I saw it in the comments. Which dude? There's a lot of people who have seen the videos that I do on them. Brad Palumbo, who libeled me, which was cool. I literally could take him to court for that. I'm not going to waste my time, but I could. Let's see. Cheeto made a video about me that I didn't go over. Cheeto is horrifically irrelevant. It's crazy. I know that I am also irrelevant by the same standards that I ascribe to Cheeto. But considering I have a fraction of the subscribers and I'm on the upward, trend, I'm accelerating and he seems to just be stagnating. So he is, horrifically irrelevant. Even more so than our other friend, he's fractured on Discord. I can't remember. Remnant777, that guy. Who I'll be talking to on Friday, as it happens. He changed his mind. He ponied up, and we'll be having a little discussion. So, should be fun. I guess he's concerned about my stochastic terrorism or something. Something that the conservatives are famously concerned with. They're very upset when people commit stochastic terrorism. They hate it when people commit violent actions in the name of conservative values, you know? Let alone leftist values, which happens all the time, you know? This dude has 900k subscribers. Are you talking about Metatron? Because I saw that one too. I don't know if I ever uploaded the reaction that I made. Yeah, I don't think he made a new one on me. But yeah, Metatron made one on me. Cheeto made one on me. There was this one 14,000 subscriber Andy that one of my mods told me about, who was covering Brad Palumbo's video on me, and apparently this guy's he's trying to convince his, I can't remember his name, he's trying to convince his audience though that Vosh quote unquote cut me off, which is very funny considering I'm still a blue name in his chat, and we have had zero problems between us. Barely any interaction for that matter, we don't really talk. I'm just in his chat sometimes, I watch his streams. And I chat now and then, and that's about it. But he says that I'm trying to suckle up to Hassan now, which is not true. I've been watching more Hassan than usual lately. I think Hassan's fine. I think his content is good. I don't agree with everything he does or says. But it was just a weird thing for him to say, you know? Very parasocial of him. People have a very weird... My haters have a very weird parasocial relationship with me. It's not healthy. Curious to what's going to be happening in stream? So am I. I actually have no idea. Why don't we find out in a minute here? Because I'm late, actually. I was supposed to be with Cirrus on the hour. I just told him I'm ready. You have haters at this size? You wouldn't believe. Metatron did a video on me. Like I was just talking about it. They all jealous because you a sexy boy? Aren't you friends with one of my haters? Like, I don't do guild by association. It's just interesting. Part of the VT versus Ice charity thing going on, so got their streams open as well. Oh, Virginia Tech versus Ice. Or is it Vermont? The first thing that came over was Virginia Tech, but it looks like Vermont, maybe? I don't know. She loves you, really? I know. She has a weird way of showing it then. Okay. Sarah's told me he's finishing up a collab, so even though I was running late, it seems like it worked out in both our favors. I spent a little bit too long at the craft store today. I have been furiously working. I haven't actually been crocheting as much as I want to be honest with you. Even though it's like all I do when I'm not doing chores or at working. But like I just can't. Like by the time I sit down and I'm finally able to, it's like I'm already too tired, you know? Like I do it a lot at work. But all I did at work yesterday was make this little dude, and I feel like... No, actually, that's the lie. I made this and a Pokeball. But I made this guy yesterday at work. So, that's going to be a gift for one of my wife's sisters. We're raising money for ACLU to help those affected by ice. That's pretty cool. But yeah, I just made a little frog dude. He's got wiggly arms and legs. He's fun. He's a fun guy, a fun little character, crazy little guy. What a cute plushie, thank you. It's my own original design, so it'll be up on the store soon. I'll try to make some in different colors as well, just to give an idea, you know. Different shades of green. There's like 50 shades of fucking green at Michael's, and like no orange. It's bizarre. Like, where the fuck is all the orange yarn? Huh? Yeah, in the second pocket. There's also some hand stuff in there if you want it, like grip workout stuff. Probably not. You'll have to take out a bunch of yarn. You can take stuff out. Orange yarn color discrimination. It's crazy. Like when you're working with just regular sized yarn, you can find whatever color you want. But like when it comes to the specific size 7 chenille yarn from Loops and Threads doesn't have it. Parfait XL does. You know what's like actually fucking impossible to get in that size is goddamn beige yarn. It's crazy. I bought a ton of sand colored yarn because I was like, you know what, good enough. We'll just use this. But then I tried with something and I just don't like it. It's not good. So I finally found Hobby, the website, which has like 3.5 colors, but one of them happens to be beige, thankfully. And they take about, you know, 3 years to ship, so we're still waiting on that. In all reality, it's like been a week and a half, but I'm a very impatient person. Minecraft and Alec. I used to be a Minecraft pro, dude. Strip mining was my thing. I was a very good strip miner. Hopefully that Discord link still works on the Twitch. I don't know. I haven't updated that in forever. Okay, looks like it worked. Not to be parasocial, but I got Adderall XR today and was my first day on it and it didn't do shit. That's not parasocial, that is just informing me of a thing that happened to you. Adderall XR sometimes doesn't work for people. But the immediate release will hit you
3
like a
years
train.
to ship. Meanwhile, every anime fan is shipping multiple times a minute.
That's pretty true. Thank you very much for 2 tier 1 gifted subs, Saga Tanuki. I appreciate you. Surus informed me he's running to the bathroom. He will be back momentarily. And then we'll hop on. And I have no idea what we're doing. Surus offered this collab because I'm bad at reaching out to people, even though I mean to. So I'm assuming he has something in mind. I just don't know what. I gotta do this shit for a month till my psych tells me what next to try with it. Well, the good news is if it's not doing anything, then whatever. You know? Like, you're just back where you started, you know? Which is whatever. But at least it's not like, as long as it's not giving you bad side effects. That's when, like, if it's giving you side effects you can't handle, then you gotta go to your provider immediately and be like, I can't do this. That's what I did with Vraylar.
Wealth, fame, power.
I was also very disappointed when I found out parasocial wasn't skydiving with friends.
Thank you very much for another tier 1 gifted subs. Yeah, that's pretty true. I think that's I was trying to come up with a para joke, but I can't. Para balls. There you go. Oh. It would seem we're getting telecommunications.
Yellow.
Hello. How are you, my good friend?
I exist on Earth, which is much right now.
Yeah, that's true. You know, there's a lot happening, isn't there?
There is. I'm also going. Have you used the knock feature on Twitch yet?
I have not. What is that?
This. So you're going to get a little notification
Okay.
that says that Surus wants to collab with you.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
And it's
That's
going
gonna
to
show
do
up.
something.
Okay, go ahead.
Just right on your channel dashboard.
On my channel dashboard. Like on Twitch?
Yes, on Twitch.
Oh, the Twitch collab thing. Yeah, I haven't done that yet. Hold on. But I know about it. Collaborate and stream with your friends. You haven't added any collaborators yet. I see the invite guests thing.
You should have one from me right now that I just sent you.
Oh, notifications. Here, my Twitch. Yeah, here we go. I got it. There we go. Cool. So, does that mean that you can hear me twice now?
No. Can't hear you. Well, I can't hear you at all on this, but what this does do now is it combines our chats together automatically.
Oh, fantastic. That's
so now when
nifty.
people are chatting on my end, it's going to throw it over to your end as well.
That's very nifty. Good stuff. YouTube needs to do something like that.
Yes, it does. So I'll throw this as a test. And let's see if that sends it over on your end as well. Does not look like that's actually going through. Weird.
What are you trying to do?
Sending my High Hawaiian shirt. Why is it not combining them like it's supposed to? I just did this earlier today with another friend, and it combined everything perfectly fine. Now it's not doing that. Weirdness.
Oh, so it like combines our chats, like for the chatters too, right?
Yes, so they
That's
end up
awesome.
being able to talk with each other.
What is this, a crossover episode? You ever watch BoJack Horseman? It's a BoJack Horseman reference.
Oh, there we go. Just got it. Now the stream chats are shared.
Cool.
I've also heard that quote 10 billion times after the existence of, Fortnite, turning everything else into different versions of Fortnite.
Yes. Fortnite is the ultimate crossover. Like, I don't think that any other piece of media has ever had a crossover quite like Fortnite, which is impressive.
Yeah, it's crossed over with damn near everything.
I have always wanted to Thanos snap that Vocaloid chick out of existence.
Oh, Miku.
Yeah, what's her name?
Hatsune Miku.
Hatsune Miku, that's right. I have nothing against Hatsune Miku. I just thought that would be funny to say. Cirrus and Legend of Zelda crossover? That'd be pretty cool.
I mean, if Pernia puts me in a tunic with a hat, maybe, but then Nintendo would come for my nuts.
Fame, power.
True.
Has there been any research into the phenomenon when two people are walking towards one another and both end up stepping to the same side and causing repeats?
Sorry, I just got a donation. Thank you very much, Saga Tanuki, for 2 tier 1 gifted subs. Appreciate you.
Sake Tanuki.
Yes.
That sounds very familiar.
He gets around.
He does get around.
Mm-hmm.
Also, we did meet him at when we were in New York, I believe.
Yeah, that was cool. I love meeting people sometimes.
Sometimes.
Other times I hate it.
That's fair.
But in that instance, I loved it because Sake Tanuki is very good and cool.
I also think people that give me money are very good and cool.
True. I wasn't going to say that, but you went there.
I'm perfectly willing. I'm perfectly willing to go there. If my chat's willing to draw me with tits, I'm willing to say weird, disparaging things on the internet.
Yeah, I say similar
I'm 100%
things.
willing to do that.
So, did you have anything planned for our collab today, or we're just chilling and chatting?
So, I think chilling and chatting isn't going to be very productive from a
Probably
content
not.
creation perspective. As much as I am willing to do just that, but instead, what I think... Hold on. I need to move things around on my end and then move myself over this way. There we go. Now I've got you behind a desk with me.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
So it looks like I'm standing behind the desk and you're sitting behind the desk.
Well, now I have to see this.
Said he's the true leftist George Soros. Said
is
he's the
true.
true leftist George Soros.
That is true. Why can't I hear myself? I don't want to hear myself.
Because you didn't hit the pause button.
Why can't I hear myself? There we go. Oh, that's cool. Oh, you got that PNG from Yara VT.
Yep.
I love that one. Nice One Piece style. I forget, are you a One Piece fan?
Yes.
Yes. Are you caught up on the manga?
I am not caught up. I'm doing the worst thing a person can possibly do.
Okay.
Anime only. Going through all of it.
That's
is
fine.
taking forever.
That's what me and Katie did, my wife.
Mhm.
Worked out for us. Well, not only that, but Katie wants to watch the intro every single time.
The whole 7 minutes of it.
Yep.
We have to give you the opening scene. We have to give you the opening song. And then we have to give you the opening spiel. And then we have to give you the recap of what happened last. And then we need to have a minute or two of animation frames from the last episode, just in case you weren't caught up. We have to do all of that.
Oh, man. Have you hit Dressrosa yet?
Dressrosa is where I'm at right now.
Oh, no. You're going through
I know
it.
It's gonna get bad. I know.
Oh, people thought the manga was bad. The anime is fucking... Like, it's a great arc, great story, but holy shit does it take forever. The anime stretches it out insanely. You get like 50 flashbacks of Rebecca and the soldier.
Great.
So, yeah.
I can't wait.
Yeah, good luck with that.
I can't wait. It's gonna be just the best thing in the world. So,
yeah.
One thing we can do, and I can set this up on Discord so that you can see this as well. So give me a sec. I'm going to do share screen and then application. What application should this be? It should be this one here. I'm terribly sorry that there's a billion of Ben Shapiro's face. Just aimed at you right now.
Fire, what the heck? No. Why is Hex Puzzle Adventure
trying
to do something?
Why is it asking me for fucking Hex Puzzle Adventure?
That's what it's doing to me.
What is
that? I have no idea. It's just here now.
I don't know what this thing is. Hold on. We're going to do this. Hex Puzzle Adventure can die in a fire by me. Never mind. That doesn't kill Hex Puzzle Adventure.
I clicked the little 3 dots in the corner, and it gave me a dancing emoji.
Why can't it give me Hex Puzzle Adventure aiming a gun at its own head?
Leave activity. Bottom right. There we go.
There we are.
Jesus,
let me let Growlithe in. She is being insistent. She is being a loud pupper.
That's why I'm a cat person now. Love dogs, but can't live with them. How's Ceres's chat doing? How are you little crazy little critters, crazy little gay boys and girls and MDs? Sorry if I sound a little bit sleepy. I had a busy week. Busy month, really. I've just been doing lots of stuff this month. Feels like it's been blurring by. Reptiles. I find reptiles interesting, but not the best pets. They're like, if dogs are like too involved and too loud, reptiles are on the opposite end for me. They're not involved enough. I'm sure there are exceptions. People are, oh, well, what about like this special species of lizard? Like, okay, I get it.
Come on, Growlithe, inside.
But for the most part, I'm a cat person through and through.
Okay. I am back and with dogs. Are you appreciating all of the Ben Shapiro faces staring at you?
They're beautiful. What are we what did Ben Shapiro get up to?
I think I'm just gonna select a couple of things from his catalog.
Play Keep Talking and Nobody Explodes together.
We're gonna see what happens. I'm gonna be honest. How familiar are you with the enemy of my enemy trope?
I mean, I'm fair. Like, in what capacity? I know the trope.
So, would you consider Tucker Carlson an enemy?
Yes, but also I know that he's been beefing with a lot of the conservatives right now. I've been hearing a little bit about that.
All right. Well, apparently, one day ago, Ben Shapiro dismantles Tucker Carlson's attacks on Trump. So, I'm curious what's going on here.
Cool.
This seems like it's interesting.
Sounds like a fun time. I know that there seems to be a schism right now in the conservative party because a lot of them are warmongers and just really, really want Israel to like bomb the shit out of Palestine and Iran.
They really like blood.
They really like blowing up brown people. And I know Ben Shapiro is famously one of those people. But I guess there's like another sect that are trying to still stick to this anti-war, like peaceful dove kind of rhetoric, like Marjorie Taylor Greene, Tucker Carlson, which is interesting. And, you know, I'm all for the girlies fighting. So.
Let's take a look at what we got then.
Sure, sure.
So, quick thing. Can you hear this?
On the right, who have now declared that they...
Yes, I can hear just fine. Thank you.
All right, that is unfortunate for both of us.
True.
Also, can I just say, real quick, Ben Shapiro is a man who really likes to pretend that he's very, very masculine. We've seen him do the double guns thing. We've seen him attempt to actually, like, really, really stick to this. I am in the same league as the Matt Walshes and others of the world. Trust me, bro. So, I'm just curious, why does he have such a goddamn passing voice? Why does he just sound like a very well passing trans girl?
That's a good question. I mean, I don't know. Like, it's interesting, right? Because he kind of rose to prominence despite, like, his femininity. Because if you really want to get into the nitty gritty of it, like, he doesn't strike me as, like, a real man's man. You know, he's kind of a geek, but, like, I guess people just found him smart.
Like, if you put him next to Abby Shapiro, it's really hard to tell the difference between the two of them. If you shave his face,
yeah,
and you put him in a blouse, you just have Abby at that point.
Yeah, that's why he had to grow that moss on his face that he calls a beard. So
they are the leaders of MAGA, not Donald Trump, actually. It turns out that they are the great leaders of America First and MAGA. So Tucker Carlson put out a statement on Friday in his newsletter in which he suggested that the United States was, quote, complicit, not the United States, Donald Trump was complicit in Israel's, quote unquote, act of war. The title of the newsletter was, this could be the final.
I mean, he was.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, where's the argument about that? Yes, Donald Trump is complicit in Israel doing bad things. What?
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't like Tucker Carlson, but he is objectively correct about that. Yeah. I fail to see. I'm interested to see what his point is.
Final newsletter before all-out war, in which he suggested basically World War III was going to break out. The newsletter says, while the American military may not have physically perpetrated the assault, years of funding and sending weapons to Israel, which Donald Trump just bragged about on Truth Social, undeniably placed the U.S. at the center of last night's events. Washington knew these attacks would happen. They aided Israel in carrying them out. Politicians purporting to be America first can't now credibly turn around and say they had nothing to do with it. Our country is in deep. So Donald Trump is purporting to be America first. Only Tucker Carlson, who tours Moscow supermarkets to talk about how good the bread is and how he wishes that our subway system ran just like Moscow's. Only Tucker Carlson, who does interviews with the leadership of Qatar and talks about how they are an amazing ally.
Okay, so I'm going to stop you there, Ben. So you're just doing a tu quoque. You're just doing whataboutism. What about you, Tucker Carlson? What about you? You haven't actually, like, given a good point. You've just said, no, you're a Russian asset. You can't talk about what America First is because you're a Russian asset. I don't disagree that Tucker Carlson is likely a Russian asset. I just don't think that that's a useful line of information when the things that he's saying are objectively true in this case.
Right, like appeals to hypocrisy are fine in some circumstances when you're trying to prove a point about somebody's character. And certainly Tucker Carlson's character is worthy of being called into question, but that doesn't say anything about what Trump did or did not do. So not the best point here.
To the United States, while they simultaneously support Hamas. Only Tucker Carlson, who hosts people like Daryl Cooper, the greatest and most honest historian in America, according to Tucker Carlson, who over the weekend suggested that America should launch missiles against Tel Aviv. Only Tucker Carlson is truly America.
So hold on. We've now taken the appeal to hypocrisy and we've aimed it in such a weird, cockeyed direction. the statement was about this person being a bad historian, right? Because when you start the statement off that this person who's supposed to be the best historian according to Tucker Carlson just said we should shoot missiles here. Yeah, you said he was a historian, not somebody who would be really, really good with like modern day war plans, right? That's a different set of skills. Somebody can be a really good historian and a really shitty painter. Somebody can be a really good historian and be a really shitty strategist. Being a student of history, good or bad, I don't know this person, has no bearing on whether or not them wanting missiles to be sent somewhere is a good or bad idea. This is just the 2 Quick Way thing again. And I know Ben knows this because I know he went to college for this shit. He just ignores it, I guess.
Yeah, he hasn't, again, said anything about whether or not what he's saying is, what Tucker is saying is true, like, how it's false. You know? Like, it's, because it's not. And he's not going to be able to, like, prove that it is. So, just interesting. But that's, I mean, that's his MO, right? He, like, deflects, you know, away from the point so he doesn't have to answer these questions. That's what a bunch of them do.
Alpha Mario just saying Cirrus Loki referencing Hitler. Look, you can be an amazing painter and be shit at running a country. That's all I'm saying.
Oh my god, I cannot believe I did not get that. My brain is fried right now. I was just telling your chat, I've been running. So, like, sorry if my commentary is a little bit stale. But
oh, you're entirely fine. I'm effectively doing this right after getting back from Washington, D.C.
Oh, yeah, you've been even more busy than me.
My brain is also running on, like, fried potato skins right now.
You could have fooled me. You're doing great.
Well, I appreciate that. That sounds like a very nice compliment. I'm going to go shoot drywall now.
Sounds like a good plan.
Not Donald Trump, who built the America First movement, who built MAGA. Only Tucker Carlson and his friends are truly MAGA and America First. And then Tucker, over the weekend, doubled down on this. He said, the real divide isn't between people who support Israel and people who support Iran or the Palestinians. The real divide is between those who casually encourage violence and those who seek to prevent it, between warmongers and peacemakers. Again, this is Tucker's shtick, is that anyone who opposes him is a warmonger who wants more war and just loves war. Loves. Okay.
Prove that you weren't.
Who are the people who love war, just desperately want war? So he actually says, who are the warmongers? They would include anyone who's calling Donald Trump today to demand airstrikes and other direct U.S. military involvement in war with Iran. On that list, Sean Hannity, Mark Levin, Rupert Murdoch, Ike Perlmutter, and Miriam Adelson. At some point, they will all have to...
I mean, so Tucker Carlson would definitely have some words about Rupert Murdoch, considering that he was his boss up until like a year ago, right?
Yep.
Like...
It's just crazy because, like... Isn't it weird? Because, like, 5 years ago, if you had told me that this would be what Tucker Carlson's doing now, I think that I would have asked, like, where your tinfoil hat is. You know? Or something like that. Like, it's crazy how things have changed.
I mean, it's kind of evidence that people like Tucker chase the money, right? And that's not... Again, this is not... me doing the thing that Ben Shapiro's doing where I throw everything he says under the bus saying it's just for the money. No. Tucker Carlson is a person who did the things he did and said the things he did because it was getting him a paycheck. Now, by being this isolationist, because what this is isolationism, right?
Right.
Which is a problem in and of itself, but there's two sides of isolationism. Not getting involved in the wars of other countries, which is a good or bad thing, depending on what the wars are, depending on what the countries are. In this case, getting involved on Israel's side would be a bad thing because they're actively involved in a genocide. And then the other side of isolationism is about support, which we know that Donald Trump really, really, really does not want America involved in trade with a lot of other countries. At least he didn't when he was throwing giant tariffs out there that basically made us an island for a couple months, right? So what he's doing is just isolationism of a flavor, which is something that the people that he's arguing against also do, just of a different flavor. This is a Neapolitan thing of ice cream, and the chocolate is looking over at the strawberry and saying, "Fuck you, you're not real ice cream."
Is it that Donald Trump didn't want us involved in trade? Because I know that was the outcome. So you can reasonably argue that point, but in my opinion, I think it was more that like Donald Trump is just stupid. And so he saw that like there is a quote unquote trade deficit, and he was like, well that's not fair, you know, like why is there a trade deficit? And it's like, well, that's how exchange of goods and services work with money sometimes. So
like I think you're probably right that his stupidity is the factor involved there, but he literally did say multiple times that tariffs are going to bring business back to the United States. They're going to bring manufacturing back to the United States.
You're right.
Like, I don't deny that he's a goddamn idiot.
Well, that's a testament because like he wants America to be making everything, which is impossible. Like who was it that brought up the point about bananas, right? Like, how the hell are we going to make bananas here? We don't have the climate for it anywhere in this country. So, like, when you put a tariff on bananas, that doesn't make any sense. Like, we can't make there's no incentive. Like, tariffs, I did a little bit of research a while back. Tariffs originally existed to incentivize domestic production of goods and services, you know? So, like, when you can't make a good here, to put a tariff on it is insane. It's ludicrous. It makes no sense.
So there is a moment. And I've talked about this moment on stream because it means a fuck ton to me. There is a moment in World War Z, the book. Have you read it before?
I feel like I started it, and then because I was ADHD, I got bored, so...
Understandable. So, there is a moment where one of the leaders of the world is talking with the main character. The main character in the book is a reporter who's putting together a report for the current version of the FBI to try to give a report on like how the world fell and came back again from the zombie apocalypse.
Okay.
And what he says, what the leader says to the reporter is molasses from the United States, anise from Spain, licorice from France, vanilla and bourbon from Madagascar, cinnamon from Sri Lanka, cloves from Indonesia, wintergreen from China, pimento berry oil from Jamaica, and balsam oil from Peru. These are the ingredients necessary to manufacture root beer. One of the most American drinks you can think of is a bottle of fucking root beer, and it cannot exist in a world where America's isolated. And then he notes that since the zombie apocalypse, he hasn't been able to actually have a fresh thing of root beer because they don't have the manufacturing lines or the shipping lines. They have none of that. Like, all those lanes get shut down in the story. And it's such a silly thing to think about, but it is kind of evidence of like what it's like to take an interconnected world for granted. And so when you do the whole let's use tariffs to make sure that all the manufacturing comes back to the United States, I always think to that quote. I always think to that moment of the book where it's like, that functionally can't happen. There's a level of ingredients that are literally, like you were mentioning, based in climates that we just don't fucking have here.
Yeah. And somebody mentioned, like, that's simple, conquer someplace. Yeah, I mean, that is another option, I guess. I wouldn't put it past Trump to try. I mean, he already did with Greenland, right? And then another thing is, two more things. One is that, like, even if we could, let's say that we could make bananas here, you know? Nobody fucking wants to. Like, you ask Americans, what was the poll? It was like, should we bring manufacturing back to America? And everybody's like, oh yeah, totally. That sounds great. American-made products. And then they're like, okay, who wants to work the factories? Nobody.
Yeah, nobody wants to do that.
They're like, oh, well, other people will work it. Yeah, okay.
and where will the other people come from? They're going to come from other countries, and then they're going to do the shit jobs here. Like Florida, known for orange juice, not really created or not really manufactured by Floridians, though. Manufactured mostly by illegal immigrants.
Yeah, and then the other thing is one of your chatters said those are the ingredients to make a human, and to that chatter I say you should probably revisit Full Metal Alchemist and brush up on that.
Yeah, that's a bit different. That's a little bit different.
Gotta revisit that. Don't do human transmutation though. I've heard that's bad.
I think you should do human transmutation. I think
You're gonna get banned off of Twitch for saying that. You can't say that.
We have to look. We have to make mothers great again, and we do so by bringing them back from the dead.
Oh no. I mean, like, if you consider what they actually did bring back, and you look at Donald Trump making America great again, it's like
it's kind of the same thing.
They're kind of similar, you know.
So you're saying that Donald Trump is sitting there on his toilet going, water 35 liters, carbon 20 kilograms, ammonia 4 liters, lime 1.5 kilograms.
I think it's more like he took like a bunch of pig meat and was like, I heard human tastes kind of like pig. We'll just try this, and then he like throws it in the middle of the pentagram or whatever.
No, Trump would be the kind of person to take a bit of pork and try to stretch it out, and they said they kept calling it long pig. I'm trying.
Oh God.
Answer for this, but you should know their names now. So first of all, I'm not aware that any of those people are directly calling Donald Trump and saying that he must directly intervene in this current conflict.
All right, so Ben Shapiro, I appreciate the appeal to autism. I really do. But saying the phrase, this is a thing that Rupert Murdoch wants, and using the rebuttal, did he say exactly those words? It is not a rebuttal. You can look at the vernacular that is currently being espoused on Fox News. You can look at those things and say, oh, these are the things that Murdoch wants, because that is his news organization. That is what, like, the information that comes out of there comes at his behest. He is the final say on those things. And if somebody says things that Murdoch does not want them to say on Fox News, they don't end up being a Fox News host for very long. And Ben Shapiro, you should be very, very familiar with how this works, given your time on the Daily Wire and your history with Ken
Don't
Owens.
you think Chris Christie would go really nice with a Memphis red sauce?
Yeah, that's like just a basic tenet of being a boss, right? Like, you take responsibility for your employees and what they do and what they say. So, like, even the best case here is that Rupert Murdoch is an idiot and doesn't like review anything that anybody on his networks are saying, which is certainly a take you can have, but like that doesn't help him at all. I don't think. It just means he's purposefully, he's just being blatantly ignorant at that point.
Second of all, his suggestion that you're a warmonger if you want the Iranian nuclear program to end. And I guess Donald Trump is a warmonger because Donald Trump wants the nuclear program to end. And you know who said that? Donald Trump. Because you know who the actual leader of MAGA is? Donald Trump. He created MAGA. It is Donald Trump who created the America First movement.
No, Ben. Donald Trump did not create the America First movement. The America First movement is very old. And you can even make an argument that he did not create the MAGA movement, because Donald Trump doesn't create. He apes. He takes things that have already been done beforehand and he puts his branding on them. The MAGA movement is not, it is currently his movement, but it is not a movement that he created whole cloth. It is a movement that he took from Reagan. The Make America Great movement from Reagan. Yeah, it's the Make America Great movement from Reagan. Yeah. He took the Make America Great movement, and then he added in more of that reality star fanaticism that shows what it is today. And in terms of America First, that movement, and that also is an isolationist movement, that movement has been around since he was a fucking child. We have political cartoons about the old America First movement where Dr. Seuss was comparing them to Nazis. Like, we have actual evidence that these movements have existed in different forms a long time ago, because Donald Trump doesn't create these things. He apes them.
Same wolf, different clothes.
It is not Tucker Carlson, and it is not Marjorie Taylor Greene, who similarly put out a tweet saying, quote, everyone is finding out who are the real America First MAGA and who are fake, and just said it because it was popular. So I guess that Donald Trump is not the real America First MAGA. Only Marjorie Taylor.
He's not, like, actually. So I'm actually willing to defend the statement. He's not MAGA or America First. He's Donald Trump first, and he's whatever works for me, I will use until it is unusable. He's not really concerned with making America great again, as evidenced by his time where he was working with the fucking techno-fascists who wanted, and when I'm saying that, I'm talking about like Elon Musk, who want techno-feudalism, which by its nature requires the United States to no longer exist, because the techno-feudalism movement is about taking our states and breaking them up into small provinces that can be bought and sold among techno-bureaucrats.
He is very good. Like, I don't know how people fell for it. Like, how did they fall for a fucking businessman being like, oh yeah, I'm so patriotic and I care about you and your family and we're going to make this country great. And it's like, well, dog, he's a businessman. He'll say whatever makes him money. and for him specifically gets him accolades, because that's big for him. You know, he cares about his image and presentation. He's very good at presentation. But it's all smoke and mirrors. It's, you know, he doesn't, I mean, we know this obviously, but like, it's just funny that like he was able to, and I think Ben knows this too. He's not stupid. He used to hate Trump, but, you know, it's just crazy how like he's managed to pull the wool over so many people's eyes when he's like, literally, if you look at like depictions of the Antichrist, he is like the devil incarnate. Wild. Never gave a shit about this country.
Greene, an obscure congresswoman from Georgia until Donald Trump tapped her on the head, is the real America First MAGA. She says anyone slobbering for the U.S. to become fully involved in the Israel-Iran war is not America First MAGA. Who are the people who are slobbering for the U.S. to become, quote-unquote, fully involved? Literally no one has called for a ground invasion of Iran. No one has suggested that the United States...
Are we sure about that? Is this like literally no one as in no one, or literally no one as in no one of note, or literally no one as in no one of influence? Like what's the criteria here for literally no one? Because that's a very strong claim.
Have you ever done the Nazi versus Zionist quiz?
I have not, no.
It's a very good one. I did it just the other night, and I recall quotes from Zionists throughout history who have like always been saying we need to drive them out of their land. Like that may not be specifically calling for like, you know, it may not be a specific plan of action, but like they've been, and maybe not, sorry, that's referring to Palestine, I guess, but it's not as if they haven't done this already. You know, it's not as if it's like way out there. So, and when it does happen, Ben Shapiro's not going to take any of this back either. So,
and like the thing is, on the one hand, I could just go find examples, because like whenever you say literally no one, the easiest thing to do is to find an example and then say, haha, you're wrong. But that's not super useful here. What we have to do is instead look at what Ben Shapiro is trying to do. What he's trying to do is pull a no true Scotsman. Literally no one in this movement is saying this, is not that far off from everyone in my movement is a Scotsman, and literally none of them put butter or put sugar in their porridge. Like, it's just the same thing. It's the same fallacy. He's done the no true Scotsman fallacy for MAGA and America First, and in the same breath, he's done the tu quoque fallacy twice. Like, we can just play fallacy bingo with Ben.
Right. I mean, he loves his fallacies. He's a phallic man.
He's a very phallic man.
Yeah.
He is. But imagine, you know, hypothetically, for the sake of argument, that you were in a hot tub with the bros, 5 feet apart because it's not gay.
I'm imagining.
Ought to be fully involved in a gigantic takeover of Iran, a regime rebuild. No one is calling for that. Even if you're calling for a single airstrike on Fordo, you know what that looks a lot like? It looks like a single airstrike on Qasem Soleimani, which President Trump did in 2020 and was ripped by people like Tucker Carlson, who said that it was going to turn into a regional war. Here's my big question for folks like Tucker. When he suggests that there are these people who are calling Donald Trump and demanding he do things, who does he think is the decision maker? The decision maker in the White House is Donald J. Trump. Donald.
Is it though? Okay,
yeah. I listen. I'm not well read up enough to know exactly who it is, but I can tell you for a fucking fact that man is in no position to be making decisions right now. Sorry.
Much like how Ronald Reagan was the final decision maker in the last year of his presidency, where Nancy Reagan mostly did all the work instead of him. I don't think the statement means the same thing for this, like, at all.
Trump has taken the same position on the Iranian nuclear program since literally the first minute he came down the golden escalator. He has not changed, not one iota. Does Tucker really think that Donald Trump is so manipulable that he gets a...
He's older, for sure, and more senile, I think. I think he has less of a filter, too.
Like, he didn't have much of a filter in the last 10 years to begin with, but it's certainly gotten worse, especially since he has his own social media program, so it's not like he has to think, oh, what if I get banned for saying this? He doesn't have to think about that anymore.
It doesn't matter even if he didn't have that. He could just be on Twitter saying whatever the hell he wants.
He said he did change. The dementia has progressed since 2017.
That's what I'm saying. It's exactly my point. Like, it's wild.
Call from Ike Perlmutter, and suddenly he changes his entire perspective on the Middle East? What a low opinion Tucker Carlson must have of Donald Trump's capacities. That he thinks that he can manipulate him from the outside, or that others are manipulating him in that particular way. By the way, President Trump fired back at all of this over the weekend. He did an interview with The Atlantic, and he was asked about whether the move runs counter to America First. And Trump said, well, considering I'm the one that developed America First, and considering that the term wasn't used until I came along, I think I'm the one that decides that. Yes.
That proves it. That settles it.
For those people who say they want peace, you can't.
Donald Trump said
that
it.
Just settles it?
You know, yeah, that settles it. Also, I want to say, didn't Donald Trump pretty drastically change his position on Israel recently? Like, maybe not like that drastically, but like he was like buddy with Netanyahu for a while, and then like didn't at a certain point. And forgive me for not following that the conflict too closely, but I've just been hearing rumblings here and there. Did he not get like upset with Netanyahu for like not negotiating?
I'm not 100% certain, but
there was like a point of contention. Yeah.
Trump versus Netanyahu. Let's see here. Netanyahu and Trump Grandmaster beats deal maker is the first thing on Politico. Oh dear. Oh dear. Give me just a second.
Let's take a look.
Let me move this over so we can take a read here. We'll go back to Ben Shapibi here in a second, but sure. I want to read this. Let's see here. Donald Trump loyalists are shaping a narrative of how U.S. leader outfoxed Iran and lulled the mullahs into thinking that he would restrain Benjamin Netanyahu. More likely, the Israeli prime minister just outthought them all. Why am I not surprised at just reading that? Because the big narrative with Trump for the longest time has been when Trump does something batshit stupid, it's 4D chess.
Right, they did the same thing with chess. They did the same thing when it was Elon versus Trump. When Elon was like high on ketamine or whatever, making Twitter posts every like 3 minutes, and he said that Trump's in the Epstein files. And it's like everybody was like, "Oh my gosh, like you guys don't get it. Like this is big brain time. Okay, you simple-minded fools just don't understand the complexities of what's happening here. But I do because I'm smart.
You seen the pictures of Elon and Trump, and Elon's just like, okay, and then next I'll call you a pedophile, and then Trump just goes, perfect, it's perfect.
I haven't seen that. No.
Like,
But yeah, like, yeah. I mean,
like, yes,
that's personally
exactly.
what. Yeah, that's personally what I would do. Is I would hit like you up and be like, hey, I need people to like me better so that I can boost my numbers and I can look good. Can you please call me a pedophile?
Absolutely, I'll do that real quick.
It's like, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I'll just talk about how you really, really like, something that you absolutely abhor. And you know what? That's going to sell the entire public on you. That's
I think
going to
you're
sell
right.
the public on you.
I think you're right. If they get any kind of inclination that maybe I'm not a good person, I think that'll be really good for me.
I think it's perfect. It's a stellar plan. And you know what? Afterwards, after 2 days of it, when I've come down from my high, then I will apologize afterwards and that will show that actually, no, you weren't in the Epstein files, really.
It's so goofy, man. I don't understand where these people are at mentally. Even Trump... I was a conservative once, and so were you, if I recall correctly. Yeah. Like, even I was not this stupid. Like, that's crazy.
I feel like I was. I'm pretty sure I was.
I was pretty bad. I don't know if I would have gotten that bad. But you know what? Times are different, so who knows?
See, Donald Trump doesn't play chess, a game requiring patience and method. Trying to guess what goes through the U.S. president's mind when making decisions is probably a fool's errand. After all, many a top former aide, notably one-time National Security Advisor John Bolton, say Trump doesn't really have ideas, only instincts and reactions. His decision-making is ad hoc, chaotic, and episodic. This all stands in marked contrast to Benjamin Netanyahu. Okay, so this is the entire thing is just going to say Netanyahu's a big smart boy, and Trump's actually a big old dum-dum, which I'm willing to say that Netanyahu is smart. I just also think he's evil. Like, I'm willing to say both of those things.
I think he's smart enough. I think he's smart but disconnected. I think, because when I think about whether or not he's, like, really smart, I think about, like, those, what was that? Like, the propaganda that he pushes is not very good. But that's more a matter of him being so disconnected from, like, reality that, like, he doesn't understand what looks good and what doesn't. He's smart enough to get to where the fuck he is now. So, like, yeah, I'd be willing to say he is smarter than Trump.
James with a Z. Reading is anti-working class because proletariat movements have historically speaking not been all that literate, and appealing to reading is bourgeoisie propaganda.
I agree. It's also ableist.
Imagine if they can't read. Like, what do they do if they can't read?
It's true.
Fucking ableist fuck. If they can't read. Okay, well, let's see what else we got from Ben here, because we kind of know the gist of the article now.
Okay, yeah.
Can't have peace if Iran has a nuclear weapon. See, this is what not stupid people say. Because President Trump is a not stupid person.
Sorry.
Because President Trump is a not stupid person.
The point in all that was, though, Donald Trump is absolutely being manipulated by people behind the scenes. There's no doubt in my mind.
No, not in mine either.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sorry, but we actually, hold on, no. I don't even have to say that with a lick of confidence. I can say that with 100% confidence because Project 2025 exists. We know for a fact, with evidence we can point to, that there are organizations and think tanks like the Heritage Foundation that are actively puppeteering a lot of things Trump is doing. Obviously, many of the things he's doing are of his own volition and also evil and stupid, but we can say with 100% confidence that he is, in fact, being puppeted by people as well as being a narcissistic evil son of a bitch.
Absolutely.
Jasper Proxy says, this man has a JD from Harvard. No way he believes the bullshit coming out of his front hole. So I feel like there may be to psychoanalyze Ben is to look at a man who should know better, but has been doing this long enough that I feel like he's probably drunk his own Kool-Aid.
Yeah.
I think. I have no evidence of that.
It's either that, or it could be a combination of both of these as well. Sometimes I think what goes on in some of these people's heads is that they know they're lying, but they think they're doing it for like a good cause. You know, so like even if they don't believe the words coming out of their mouth, they're like, well, this is the best way to get the job done. So yeah. I really don't know which one it is with him. It's kind of hard to get a read, but yeah, it could be either. I mean, like you smell your own farts long enough, you just start believing it.
And like he is an incredibly smart person, because you don't become as articulate as he is. You don't become as well read as he is without at least having a little bit of smarts. The correct thing to do with Ben is not to look at him and go, "Oh, look at what a big old dum-dum." That just makes you look like an idiot as well. What he is, more than anything, is a politician and a pundit. But he's a pundit who gets a lot of money for saying the things that he does.
Yes, and he is also a failed actor, correct.
True. And when I'm saying he's a politician, I'm not meaning like careered politician. I'm meaning in the way that a politician lies as often as they breathe. That kind of thing. Where they will say the things. They will say the things to move an audience.
Yeah, exactly. A rhetorician, if you will.
Yes, rhetorician. Yeah. Melby 10, best viewers on Boost Beam. You know what? Melby, I have great news for you. Did you know that some of the best pills for elongating your life are about 9 millimeters in a particular diameter, and we won't get into the specifics of what. And they tend to be delivered at very high velocity. And when you are delivering them, they can double as suppositories if you really want. But I would not recommend that for expediency's sake.
No lube required.
No lube required. No, they are self-lubricating, I promise.
Yeah.
They'll make their way through whatever you need them to go through. But you just have to make sure to use them for yourself.
That's true. I can attest to that. I'm a healthcare professional.
He says, but like he's literally paid by oil billionaires for $150 million startup propaganda mill. Yeah, like that's the thing. Ben Shapiro is smart, and the smartest thing he's done is follow the money. I'm never gonna say that he is the biggest idiot on the planet. I will say so in like a hyperbolic way where I'm trying to insult him. But I'm never going to say that from like the perspective of a person who makes content for money. He saw a bag and he chased it. He's been chasing that bag ever since. That's what he does. He makes his money by lying. And so he will continue to lie.
He does want to sell his house to Aquaman, but other than that, yeah.
Yeah, that's true. That one was kind of weird.
That was so funny. I'll never get over it.
Sell the house to who, Ben? Fucking Aquaman!
Aquaman! I love the way he says Aquaman. Oh, God.
H-Bomber guys are the best.
What a gem. I love him.
If only we could be as good at our jobs as H-Bomber guy.
No shit, right?
People who are attacking you today have predicted that BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, in economic union, they're ones involved in this in some form or fashion.
I mean, if BRICS got involved with Donald Trump, I wouldn't be opposed, but I think we might be talking about different things.
Oh, yeah, good point.
Axel says, am I crazy or do his eyebrows feel too dark? Like, they match his hair, but they feel too dark? So his eyebrows only feel too dark because since the hair on his mustache and beard is so thin,
yeah,
it looks lighter because it's being colored by his skin. If you want a really good example of this, if you've ever seen like a dot painting where there's only 3 colors being used, but the way they're arranged not only makes a makes a bunch more colors appear, but they also make a giant image. That's what's happening here. His hair looks lighter on his face, which is what you focus on, but his eyebrows look darker because they're just thicker than the hair on his face.
Good catch. I could never figure out why the beard looks so fucking bad on him. Like, it's not a terrible beard. It just looks really bad with, like, his eyebrows.
It's just thin.
Yeah, and it's really thin, yeah. Good catch.
Like, that's really it. James with AZ, thank you for the follow. So no, I thought he was using darker eyebrow or pencil. I mean, he's a media personality. There's no world where he's not using some form of makeup, right? Like, that's obviously a thing that he's doing because that's what media personalities do. They do themselves up for the camera because it's a smart thing to do.
Have either of you covered Young Cardamom yet?
But I think because we've seen him on his, like, not done up, just kind of like out in the morning podcast, and he looks kind of like this as well. I think that the makeup that they use for him is just being used solely to accentuate what's already there. You're not really getting anything different or colored incorrectly because of it.
Very, he's breaking gender binaries. So I just wanted to point that out there. But Sage Tanuki, tier 2, sorry, thank you for the tier, sorry, my brain. Thank you for 2 tier 1 gifted subs. And he asked, have either of you covered Young Cardamom yet? And I have to say, no, I don't think I have.
I have not. Do you have anything in regards to that you could send me? Because just coming back from DC and Florida, I've been kind of out of the loop on the content creation mill for politics stuff. And it feels kind of awful, not gonna lie.
Yeah, I've been mostly involved in drama, so...
James says, why did your H Bomber Guy impression sound like Joker when you said Aquaman? Because I do a fairly accurate Mark Hamill Joker impression, and it's the base that I use for my Dr. Eggman voice in a series I did on a video game channel.
That's awesome.
So that's probably why that slips through. Because, like, when you've done a voice for a while for practice or anything, it kind of slips into other things.
I don't want to get into it now, but after this segment's over, I want to talk a little bit about the how the voice acting thing is going. I'm interested.
Sure. There's not a whole lot to say, but I am willing to talk about it.
Sweet.
Those people say President Trump is not one of those people because he's not a stupid person. Quote, so for all of those wonderful people who don't want anything to do about Iran having a nuclear weapon, that's not peace. Correct. And nothing has changed. He's been saying that the entire time. The entire time he's been saying that. The President of the United States.
Wealth, fame, power.
So, again, all the isolationists who are horseshoeing around and having fun, happy times with all of their friends on the left, retweeting each other. We should just note who those people are and what they actually believe about the President of the United States.
Okay, so the reason that you get the isolationists from the right, because most of your left-wingers, if they're not tankies, usually are not isolationists. Usually they favor more open borders, more open trade, more open transfers of skills. Usually on the left, you're going to find a lot of that. So
Yep.
I don't think it's that the leftists and the isolationists are getting buddy-buddy. I think what's happening is we're watching people we hate fight each other, and we're going, Yas Queen, and egging them on because it's funny. That's what I think is happening. Because that's what I'm doing right now.
Yes, me too. And also, like, I don't think anybody on the right, when they're, like, quote unquote against what Israel's doing, whatever, I mean, some of them might be authentically against it, but from what I've seen and from what I know of these people, like, Marjorie Taylor Greene is just a fucking anti-Semite. So, like, if her understanding of, and I don't think she is very smart, so if her understanding of Israel is that they're all Jewish people, and she's like the Jewish space lasers lady, then, like, she just doesn't like, it's same with Candace Owens too, like, they just don't like Israel because they don't like Jews and they just think Israel's all Jews. That's my understanding, at least. So go ahead.
I remember seeing a video ages ago that showed a Muslim man walking the streets of Jerusalem, and he talked about it as Jerusalem, as two separate areas where one side was occupied by people of his religion and one side was occupied by people of Jewish faith. And How accurate that was, I don't know, and I probably will never know without going to find that video again to make sure that my recollection of it is not inaccurate. But like the problem with Israel, which is a really loaded statement
Yeah.
to say, the problem with Israel seems to mostly boil down to the territories that it tries to take from other people around it and how entitled it feels to those territories. That seems to be the majority of the issue there. Like, obviously, there's other problems, like Orthodox Judaism as a religion for the area having problems with people who are gay, people who are trans. Obviously, it's an ethno-state, and there's a lot of problems where that's concerned. That's a really light way to say there's a lot of problems with an ethno-state.
Yeah,
there's a fuck ton of problems with an ethno-state.
I would say it's kind of cringe. I think ethno-states are pretty cringe, honestly.
I think they're pretty cringe too.
Yeah.
But my point that I get in there is that, like, the conversation where Israel is concerned can be had without ever uttering the word Jew until you get to the ethno-state stuff. Like, once you get to the ethno-state stuff, you kind of have to a little bit, because at a certain point, you're just like, okay, at what point did Judaism get considered what is it? It's considered an ethno-cultural religion. I don't remember the exact word, but it's not just a religion. There is a small blending of race in there as well when I was reading about it. Like, that stuff does end up having to get talked about when you talk about the ethno-state stuff with Israel. But most of the time, people are talking about its invasion of Gaza right now.
And even then, like, it's not like they're building a free and fair society for Jewish people. Like, if you're a Jewish person and you disagree with what Israel's doing, they'll be like, get the fuck out. We don't want you here. So, like...
Ethno-religious, that's the word,
yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, so, like, even in that regard, like, yeah, they're building an ethno-state of Jewish people, sure. But, again, it's not like the Jewish people there have, like, full rights. You know, like, so it goes way beyond, like, just, you know, Israel's full of Jews, therefore Jews bad.
Said, but have you considered that instead of an ethno-state, we have an ethno-religious state? Come on, simple math.
It's about America first, about MAGA, and their complete acquiescence to the idea that a nuclear Iran seems to be fine for the world. An asinine notion rejected by anyone with half a brain.
A nuclear America was
right
great
now,
for the world.
These are very, very hot.
Oh, God, no, it's an advertisement. No.
Yes.
No, that's it. No.
I'm surprised we didn't already get one.
That means that's okay, now he's going to be talking to another person. So he's Senator Tom Cotton. What an unfortunate name. So I guess that's really it for what Ben Shapiro wanted to tell us, because now he's bringing on a guest, and that leads into things being a little different than what we were talking with. I don't know. It mostly seemed like he was doing everything in his power to defend Trump while using a bunch of fallacies to attack Tucker. And, like, don't get me wrong, I'm A-okay with attacking Tucker Carlson. Dude's kind of a rube. But still.
Yeah.
I don't think I gained much out of that.
I just wish it weren't on, like, the one thing he's correct on. Even if it's, like, completely coming from, like, a bad place, why he's correct on it, sure. But, like, you know, being against what Israel is doing is in itself in a vacuum a good thing. So, like, he's attacking Tucker Carlson on, like, the one good thing, the one good position he holds. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
And also, like, he talked about, like, the boots on the grounds thing, but, like, considering what Israel has already done, and, like, they were the ones who attacked Iran first, like, you know, they're just going to keep moving the goalposts. Like, oh, well, boots on the ground, sure, but, like, they're not, like, lining people up against a wall and shooting them. And then it's like, when they start doing that, it's like, well, they're all terrorists. They deserve it. They'll just keep moving the goalposts. They always do this.
And, like, earlier today, Trump went on to, because, like, Trump went on to Truth Social and basically said that Iran didn't accept such and such deal. What a terrible waste of life, which, you know, there's no way to read that other than a threat, right? There's no way to read that other than a threat. If somebody comes to you and they go, hey, do you want to go to dinner tonight? No. That's a shame. I'm sorry it had to end this way. Like, what the fuck am I supposed to think of that statement?
Oh, man.
Like, I'm just going to assume the next thing out of your hand is going to be either a key blast or a gun. So,
Yeah.
with that being what Trump decided to go do on Truth Social, we see that the United States is actively doing things to escalate the conflict in the Middle East. They're doing things to escalate Iran. Which is weird because, like, one of the arguments for Israel being one of our allies has been that Israel is a note of stability in the Middle East. But
Yep.
Has it been? I don't think it has been. Like, historically, I don't think that's been the case.
They may possibly be the largest and most well-funded terror group in the entire Middle East.
Just, oy. And now we're going to see Trump go from threatening one of the cities in Iran to switching it up and being a taco about it afterwards. Very, very likely, as he always does. Chuck Schumer actually made a video about this, and I'm not a fan of Chuck, but just going to go ahead and throw this out there to be the thing we end this particular segment on.
When it comes to negotiating with the terrorist
No,
government...
stop. Autoplay is bad. Stop. There we go. All right, so we can see... Yep. All right, so we can see Chuck Schumer here.
Hello.
Let's go ahead and pop over to him. Hi, buddy. Remember when you threw trans people under the bus? I remember that.
True. Most hated man in America.
When it comes to negotiating with the terrorist government of Iran, Trump's all over the lot. One day he sounds tough, the next day he's backing off. And now, all of a sudden, we find out that Witkoff and Rubio are negotiating a secret side deal with Iran. What kind of bull is this? They're going to sound tough in public and then have a side deal that lets Iran get away with everything? That's outrageous. We need to make that side deal public. Any side deal should be before Congress and, most importantly, the American people. If Taco Trump is already folding, the American public should know about it. No side deals. When it comes...
So, on the one hand, I agree with this statement. On the other hand, it's coming from Chuck Schumer, who's an establishment Democrat, so I'm just going to assume that the statement has no bearing and no weight.
Yeah. I mean, I don't really give a shit what he has to say anymore, to be honest with you.
I do find it funny that this whole defense from Ben is about Trump and his rigorous stance on Iran, and then the conversation that's happening outside of that, even amongst politicians, is, yeah, but Trump always chickens out. Like, he's going to be tough on Iran today, and then he's going to be a bitch about it tomorrow, and then he's going to post on True Social in a different way. He's going to ping pong across the wall, and you're not going to know what he's going to be wanting because he doesn't plan. He just fucking reacts to shit.
It is true. I don't know, like, if egging him on to, like... Because couldn't this come off as, like, Chuck Schumer, like, you know, egging on Trump to, like, commit harder to attacking Iran?
It could, if we believed that Trump took anything that a Democrat that wasn't giving him money seriously said.
Yeah, I guess. I just don't know if I like the idea of, like, well, he said he was going to do the tariffs, but then he doesn't do the tariffs, and I guess the tariffs, that was fine, but, like, when it comes to Israel, I don't know.
Like, I can see your perspective where it comes off as trying to go, nah, you said you were going to do it, go ahead and commit, and the end result of that would be, you know, it would cost millions of lives.
Yeah.
Especially with Israel doing things like attacking Iran's nuclear reactors. That would cost millions of lives. On the other hand, I think holding a president to task and pointing out that this is an unserious person who cannot be taken seriously still has utility, even if it comes with that potential risk.
That's true. I think especially because people see Trump as, like, this strong man who's, like, going to knuckle down and, you know, bring the boot down on everybody and show everybody who's boss. And it's like, well, no, you're kind of being a pussy, bro. You can't commit to anything. So, yeah, that's a good point. I can see your perspective, too.
That said, that's it for the Ben Shapiro Tucker Carlson feud, which wasn't much of a feud. It was more of him just kind of looking at a single tweet and then arguing with the tweet, which I can't really get angry at him for, because, I mean, I do that. Like, I can't be super mad at him for that one. But you do know about the senator who was detained at Kristi Noem's hearing, right?
Yes, I do know about that.
Okay, how much have you looked into that?
I've been listening to stuff about it. I know that I saw the video where he went in and he was trying to ask a question, and then he basically got, tackled to the ground and handcuffed. I guess he was never officially arrested. Which, whatever, I guess that's better than being arrested, but we're still detained. So for doing nothing wrong, mind you, and literally just trying to ask a question. And then I guess I heard there was he said, didn't he come out and speak about it or something?
I have not seen anything there.
Gotcha.
Have not taken a look since I've been busy. So okay. I may be relying a little bit on your expertise here while doing some research in the background. But Ben Shapiro has a Ben Shapiro Reacts segment about this. So he's definitely going to have some fun things to say at the very least.
All right. Can I take a break for just a second, actually?
Absolutely.
Okay. I will be right back.
Breaks are perfectly valid and also evil, and you're not allowed to take them. And don't unionize.
Oh, man. Okay. Well, I will definitely not do that. And I will leave you on for my chat, and I will be right back.
Gotcha. Said no breaks. Vice Rhino does that with Kevin Sorbo every week. Just does some shadow boxing with K-Swords. Jesus. James with AZ says, seriously though, don't ask Netanyahu what's about to happen to Arab Jews once Israel wipes out the dirty brown countries where even babies aren't innocent. You'll never guess what happens to them. So much for the religious and the ethno-religious state. Yep. Just unions or onions? I'm okay with both of those. I like both of those things. Both of those things are pretty good. Nyara, hello! How's it going? I am on stream with Alec Gunter right now, though when I say that, I mean he's currently going to take a shit, and I'm sitting here paused on us about to react to some Ben Shapiro nonsense. But, may I show chat the thing that you just sent me, because it's really fucking funny. Axel says, look, it's not my fault union should be spelled how onion is spelled. Union. Onion. You don't want unions in your burger? Okay, look, but if your burger is union made, you know it's made with love and skill. Is there like a burger co-op anywhere in Atlanta? That would be a fun thing to go to. You can show the art. Okay, cool. So you guys remember when Asmongold was going off about Nyara and going like, you ain't a girl, you ain't a boy, you a roach. You a roach. Remember that weird shit? Here. I want to show you the end result of that weird shit. Apparently, Nyara is a roach now. Yeah, what the fuck was that? It was the Roach King projecting. Roach Nyara goes unbelievably hard. Roach Nyara goes unbelievably hard. Is she on his skin? I mean, that would explain why it's so blotchy. Dude ain't healthy at all. I say that. I've got blotchy skin. I ain't healthy at all. Meow Roach, you need to put it on merch. You a roach! So when you launch that merch, you need to have his quote about that, and then you need to say, This content approved by Asmongold. This merchandise approved by Asmongold. These statements approved by Asmongold. It's technically not untrue. It is technically not untrue. PJ Blazer says it's somehow cute. Yeah, I would take just a minute. I would take just a minute to consider whether or not to step on this one.
Okay, I'm back. I'm looking at the
cute.
Nyara roach.
Yeah, not Nyaroach. I mean, Asmon said it's a roach, so you know what? Here we are.
That's amazing. I mean, it's so funny. I've talked before about, like, why... Okay, it doesn't work, right? Like, when he calls other people roaches. Because, like, he's trying to take the piss and own, like, being a disgusting freak. But, like...
Yeah?
He lives with roaches. He is one of them. He's the roach king.
Now,
so, like, if you call other people roaches...
You're just calling them your subjects. Nyara, I'm sorry. That means that you're a subject of Asmongold, which means you need to incite democracy in his kingdom so that he can be deposed.
Or pull a Luffy and, you know, like, just overthrow the kingdom entirely.
Yeah, Nyaroach just coming in, puts on a straw hat, dun, 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 dun.
Somebody asked if Nyara Roach asks to be stepped on.
Wait, Nyara, do you need steppies? I mean, if you're a roach, do you need steppies?
Stop.
Do you need steppies?
My God. This is what happens when you sponsor a fucking BDSM website.
No, they sponsor me.
Or sorry, that's what I meant. That's what I meant. Accepting a sponsor from a BDSM. Well, isn't it literally like a DDLG website too?
It's ddlgplayground.com, and you can use coupon code SIRIS to get 20%.
There you go.
I think it's 10% off now. 10% off any order, and then I get a kickback from that.
I know I got people in my audience who would like that. You can't hide. Not for me.
You can't hide, but you can go to that website and you can get something to go fuck yourself.
True. Also, just real quick before we start the Ben Shapiro thing.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to ignore you, Saga Tanuki. He did link the thing that he was talking about.
Okay. Can you throw that in our DMs?
Yeah, I don't know exactly what's going on with it. I have no idea who Cardamom is, so.
Jessa says if you want to get stepped on, go to ddlgplayground.com and use coupon code SIRIS at checkout. Yeah, see, that's what you do.
Wait, where did my chat go? What the heck?
It's gone forever. You'll never have it ever again.
Am I stupid? Why can I not see where I can type? I know how to use Discord. Hold on. Where's the text at? Right now, all I see is I popped out the window, and it says you popped out the player to another window, but there's no, like... Okay, show chat. There we go. That would be the button that I press. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, had to share this. Also working on my Everybody Hates This Bitch merch drop.
That's awesome. I love that. I've only had a couple people draw art for me. One of them is my I've gotten so much shit for my profile picture on YouTube, but like somebody drew that for me. It's not because I literally think I'm what's his name? Fuck. Oh god, it's right on the tip of my tongue. Che Guevara.
Che Guevara?
Che Guevara. Is that how you pronounce it? Because that like there's a very famous piece of art of Che Guevara with like a red background, and so somebody drew me like that, and I was like, that's cool.
I don't know, actually.
But yeah, anyway. I've gotten a couple. I think somebody said they were going to draw me as a wolf because I said that was my favorite animal at one point, but they never did that because they're a coward.
That's how it works. Said Cirrus, I haven't watched One Piece. What's an iconic Luffy pose? There's a few, but like, hold on. Hold on. We're gonna...
Gear 2 squatting with the fist on the ground is a good one.
Gear 2 squatting with the fist. Yeah, because this... Hold on.
The Nika... technically that's a spoiler, but the dance... There's a certain dance that comes later. Yeah, that.
The one with Gear 5?
Yes.
Yeah, the squatting with the fist on the ground is a huge one that he's used in... He does a lot. Like, that is probably one of the most well-known Luffy poses.
Yes.
And then there's the one where he's rolled on his back laughing. That he does a lot in Gear 5. That is also, like, a really, really well-known one.
I think this one's his most famous. Because, like, this was his first power-up. We went, like, 200-something episodes with no power-ups, and then finally, everybody was like, oh my god, this is Super Saiyan! With Gear 2. It was such a good moment. Such a good moment.
It's closer to Kaioken than Super Saiyan, but yeah,
yes.
it's the same idea.
Yes.
But like it's got a hard limit like Kaioken does.
Yes, and also reduces his lifespan, which is cool.
Yeah, like I like power-ups that have drawbacks.
Yeah, I feel like Kaioken was so much better than Super Saiyan for that reason. Like Super Saiyan is kind of just like like an energy steroid. Which, funny enough, does exist in One Piece, and also has a drawback.
Yeah, and it also makes you old as shit.
Yeah, it basically it does the same thing that Gear 2 does for Luffy. I personally think that's all connected, with the white hair, and the power boost, and the reducing your lifespan. Something going on there. Oda's cooking something.
I think so. I don't mind Super Saiyan despite it not having the same kind of drawbacks, because the drawback for Super Saiyan isn't your health. The drawback for Super Saiyan is your temperament. Like one of the side effects that was noted in a lot of the Dragon Ball power-ups is how much worse of a person you become as you use them. So like Goku, when he goes into Super Saiyan, his temperament becomes just awful. Like he starts snapping at his son. He becomes a fucking asshole.
And he can't use the Spirit Bomb because he's not pure of heart anymore.
Correct. So he it just takes your worst traits and amplifies them. Then we see that happen again for Super Saiyan 2, because when Gohan uses Super Saiyan 2, oh dear, does he become a terrible person.
Oh, he's a little murder machine. Oh, he's like, because in Super Saiyan, even in Super Saiyan 1, he's like, Cell, I don't want to hurt you, even though you're like Hitler times 1,000. And then like he goes Super Saiyan 2, he's like, I'll fucking rip out your intestines and shove them down your gullet.
Yes. And then we see with Fusion, that happens as well. Because with Fusion, whatever good traits and bad traits the people have, they get amplified like 1 billion times, which is why Vegito ends up playing with Boo instead of killing him, because he's got the cockiness of Vegeta and the strive for stronger opponents of Goku, and he's just fucking toying with them instead of getting the job done.
Oh, he is such a little asshole when he's Vegito.
Like, I understand like wanting to have power-ups that have major drawbacks to your health like Kaioken more. I fully get that, because they are very narratively interesting. But there's definitely something narratively interesting to the temperament amplification of the power-ups from Dragon Ball.
I guess I never thought about it like that. I feel like they lost that in Super, though.
Oh, they did. They did. So Super Saiyan Blue and Super Saiyan God kind of mean nothing to me. Like, yeah, they're just modifications on what already exists. And they're not great modifications on it. Like, Blue kind of comes out of nowhere, and Super Saiyan God, it's cool when it happens, but then it loses a lot of its luster afterwards because the form doesn't get used again until Broly.
Right. It's like Super Saiyan, but different hair color. And also like Ultra Instinct was really cool and iconic.
Oh, I really like Ultra Instinct.
Yes.
I do like what Ultra Instinct is.
I do like it. It does feel like there are, correct me if I'm wrong, I know that it's like a limited time that he's in it, but it feels like there are no drawbacks to it though.
The one drawback of it seems to be that it has to exist as its own thing. Super Saiyan can't really modify it.
Fair.
So
isn't it Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan?
It's great. So
it was originally Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan, but they changed it to Super Saiyan Blue.
Yeah, because Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan is technically what it is, because it's going Super Saiyan while in Super Saiyan God. But nobody wants to say those words in that order a billion times.
Yeah,
Super Saiyan Blue, on the other hand, Super Saiyan Blue, on the other hand, way easier.
Yeah. I really like, I know we're like on a rant now, but like one of the things I really like, I haven't kept up with the manga, but I did hear about Vegeta going a different direction than Ultra Instinct. So he got Ultra Ego instead, which was sick to me. Like I thought, what a great contrast. Finally, these two have like a split power system. I've been waiting for that.
I am very happy about that as well, because and we're supposed to be getting more from them in the future because they finally finished the rehash of the Gohan Beast arc. So now that that arc with Cell Max, Orange Piccolo, and everything is done in the manga, we're going to be finally getting back to the main story of Super, where we're going to be able to see what can happen with these forms.
Good. Because, like, especially if they were to fight in those forms, which is going to happen at some point, it's like, who wins? The guy who can avoid any punch you throw, or the guy who can absorb any punch you throw?
Yeah, so apparently with Ultra Instinct, like, Ultra Instinct does not necessarily grant power. It just cuts the link between your consciousness and your body, which turns your body into the most efficient version of a machine it possibly could be. Yeah. Whereas Ultra Ego is the exact opposite of that. It is pure conscious striving for power, which is completely opposite of what Instinct is. Instinct is modification on a base form, whereas Ultra Ego feels like it is its own very, very violent thing.
Yes, and I feel like they fit their I can't think of the word. They each fit the person that they're made for very well. It's very good.
It also,
good job, Toriyama.
It makes sense too that during every single arc, you see that Goku tries to do things to his base forms and master them as much as he can, whereas Vegeta tends to look at whatever strongest form they have and then try to modify that. So, like, in the Cell games, you see that Goku goes, I think the best thing we can do is modify Super Saiyan. Mm-hmm. I mean, we can definitely strive for a stronger version, but I think the best thing we can do is just master using this. And that was Goku's and Gohan's path to power at the time. Whereas Vegeta went into his Super Saiyan 1.5 spiel with Super Vegeta, and it's not Super Saiyan 2. It doesn't have that same multiplier, but you can definitely tell that those characters went in two different directions. And the same thing happens in Super, where Goku gets Ultra Instinct Sign. He gets his first Ultra Instinct stuff for the first time, and Vegeta gets the mastered Super Saiyan Blue form, which is much more powerful than their regular Super Saiyan 2 or Super Saiyan Blue. Like, it's really telling that the longer that story goes, the more Vegeta is just like, what is my most powerful weapon? Put a more powerful bullet in it. Whereas Goku is, well, what is the thing I'm most comfortable with? Let's get better at using that.
Yeah, and in the Buu saga, they continue that because Babidi tries to take over Vegeta's mind, but Vegeta lets him because he's like, I'll just like power through it, and he did. So like Babidi, instead of like taking over Vegeta's mind, he basically just unleashed a furiously evil Vegeta he was basically a berserker, which was crazy. And then like Goku, on the other hand, gets Super Saiyan 3 in that arc, which he doesn't really use for very long, but whatever.
Because it's because he can't.
Yeah, so point stands. I feel like they both had like a very like dangerously overpowered form that, you know, they both had like their very distinct drawbacks that fit their character. That was pretty good.
It also, pre-Daima, it makes sense that Goku would get Super Saiyan 3 because, like, the drawback of 3 is that it cuts your lifespan as you use it. Like, it is constantly feeding off of your life energy. So he gained it while he was dead. Like, it makes sense that he gained it while he was just fucking dead.
Well, what is a lifespan anymore in Dragon Ball anyways? Like, you can, like, Goku's died, like, what, 12 times by this point? Like, you don't even have a Halo anymore.
True, but when Goku... So, the way all the Dragon Balls work is that if somebody dies of old age or natural causes, that's it, they're gone. They don't come back from that.
But you can wish him back.
Well, no, like, that's the limit of the Dragon Balls.
Oh, okay.
If somebody dies of old age, that's it. If you remember, during the Namek saga, they had to bring Guru back on a technicality because Guru, quote, died of old age, and King Kai had to explain, well, technically he didn't die of old age, though. He died of grief, and grief is an unnatural cause. He died of grief artificially brought on because of what Frieza was doing to his people. Sure, he might be dying in the next couple days, but it was certainly accelerated by the grief, and the grief is what ultimately killed him. That's why they were able to bring him back, and then he died shortly afterwards because the old age still caught up with him. But like that's been kind of an established thing in Dragon Ball for a bit, that if somebody were to die of old age, that's it, they're gone.
Gets wished back, dies instantly of old age.
Or you get like what happened with Frieza, gets wished back, but because of the state of his body, you just get these meat chunks.
Imagine, imagine, you know, a Super Buu like kills everybody on the planet in like one go.
Oh yeah, when he did the eliminate all humans attack.
Yeah, like straight, like just obliterates everybody. Imagine like. You're like a dying old man on your deathbed, and Boo kills you, and then they wish everybody back with the Dragon Balls.
Oh, thank God, I'm
alive! Gainer says, but can't you wish for youth? So there's a workaround. I mean, yeah, you can wish for youth. That is an option that you have. That's like
a
Bulma
preemptive
does that.
workaround, though. That's a preventative measure.
Because like that's a thing that we actually see Bulma do multiple times. In Super, she literally says every year she wishes for either aging herself down 5 years or accentuating some part of her body in a way that plastic surgery couldn't do. Like that's a thing that she flat out tells everybody.
It's crazy. Like I told Katie, it's so funny because I explained to my wife last week. I basically broke down. I gave the briefest version of Dragon Ball from Dragon Ball to Super that I possibly could, because she asked about the Universal Tournament arc, and I wanted to explain the Great Zeno, right? So I was like, okay, to understand the Great Zeno, we have to start at the what was he called in Dragon Ball? The Great Kai or whatever.
Oh yeah, and so in Dragon Ball it was Kami. Was the
Kami? That's because
Kami's the end in Dragon Ball,
which means God. So like I wanted to tell her, like, listen, every time you think you meet God, no, you didn't. But then but then Zeno comes and he is God, actually. But anyway, I was explaining to her about the Dragon Balls. I was like, at first it's like this great mystery. It's like, ooh, like Bulma's got like this dragon radar that's going to help them find these Dragon Balls that are hidden in the world somewhere, and they're really hard to find, but thanks to this radar we'll be able to do it. It'll still take a long time and a lot of effort. And now it's like Bulma just uses it for like breast implants now and like party prizes. Yeah, okay.
But the thing is, That's been in the spirit of Dragon Ball since the beginning, because the Noibo exists, and the Noibo is the power pole, the great staff of Wukong.
Right.
And how do we first see this legendary weapon of lore? It's being used to dry clothes on Master Roshi's island. That's
okay, fair enough.
so, like, that idea of, here's this amazing, legendary, fantastical item. We use it to stir the cooking pot. Like, that's been a thing since the very beginning of everything.
I see where Eiichiro Oda gets it now. Like the
He's
goofiness.
a massive Dragon Ball fan.
Oh, I know. I felt bad for him when Akira Toriyama passed away. Rest in power. But anyway.
Sakura says literally the first wish on a dragon was the wish for Bulma's panties. Yep.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, there has never been a point in time where these things have been taken so drastically seriously that we cannot take the piss about them.
I thought it was so fucking funny in the movie. I think they did in the series too, but I remember from the movie with Golden Frieza, where at the beginning his plan was to wish to be taller.
Oh, that was the Broly movie.
The Broly movie.
Yeah,
so funny.
Because the wishes in Resurrection F are wish Frieza back to life and get 10,000 Zenny to get Korean barbecue. Those are the two wishes, back to back.
Yes, we will bring back Space Hitler, and then we will have a feast. We'll have a cookout. That's my idea of a good use of wishes too.
Said Sakura says that was Red Ribbon Army, wasn't it? That's also Broly. Like, Frieza's literal wish in the Broly movie is to be 5 centimeters taller.
Which is so fucking funny. It's so specific. It's like...
it would be enough to make him taller and be taller than the people that he is shorter than, but not enough to be noticeable. It would be enough to make a statement, but not enough to be obvious. Which is the exact reason that Bulma wants them 5 years younger.
Maybe I'm just sexist against men, but like I feel like that's such like a pussy thing to do. You know, because like if I'm gonna wish myself to be taller, which I would wish for a million other things first, obviously, but like let's just say for all intents and purposes, I want to be taller. I'm going like 7'6". You know what I mean? Like I'm really stretching it. I don't give a fuck what people ask or talk about. Like, oh, he wished to be taller. He cheated. Fuck you. I'm 7'6". I'll pick you up and put you on the roof of a house and leave you there. Like I don't fucking care what you think.
The reason that Frieza wanted the pussyfoot version is because it wouldn't be noticeable.
I know, but he's a pussy.
I know that. Remember
that's what I'm saying.
Broly, it's such a tragedy. A stray bean killed your father. Yeah, the guy's been a pussy for years.
God, he's so goofy though. I do love him in a very weird way.
Like,
I hate him, but I love him.
Infernal Saw and Ghost is mean. Thank you both for the follow. Grace Grimm, thank you for redeeming your points for an OWO. But also, like, he is the goofiest space Hitler you can ask for.
Yeah. I love me a goofy villain. They're always
Sakura
so great.
says 7'6" would be very inconvenient, especially doorways. It wouldn't be inconvenient for Frieza, though, because if you remember, all of the structures in the Frieza Force, like everything except their pods, are designed so that Second Form King Cold can walk through them. And Second Form King Cold is taller than Second Form Frieza by a long shot.
My only point is go hard or go home.
Go hard or go home.
Yes. My only
Ken
point,
Mark says Frieza wanted it to look like he was still growing.
Like, okay, if you legitimately just want to be like a few inches taller, I guess. But like that's not Frieza's intention, nor is it Bulma's. They both specifically say it's just enough that nobody will notice. It's like, well, no, you're not actually getting what you want then.
I do like that in modern Super, the 4 main characters' main forms, like their final forms right now, are all wildly different from one another, which is not something that we've actually had for a while.
Yeah, because you're talking about Goku, Gohan, Vegeta, and Piccolo, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because Piccolo
yeah,
gets Orange Piccolo,
yeah.
which is the Dragon Ball colors, and he gets the tree from Namek on the back of his gi.
That's why he turns orange. Okay.
Yeah, because it's a power granted to him by the Dragon Balls that he created.
Why couldn't they have called him Dragon Piccolo then? Why orange?
Because
It's like, bro, blood ate too many carrots. He's orange now.
Like we have Piccolo taking a form based on the Dragon Balls that he created as Kami. Perfect. Makes sense. We have Gohan taking a form of Super Saiyan that is literally unlocked by rage. Okay, cool. Makes sense. That's been his character since the beginning. We have modification on base form, which has been Goku's thing for years, and we've got modification on final form, which has been Vegeta's thing for years. Perfect. You know what? All these are great. All these are fantastic.
You're really convincing me that a lot more thought went into Dragon Ball than I gave it credit for, because I always describe it as like being goofy and like always having the Dragon Ball cop out, which I still think is a little bit of a cop out, if I'm being honest. As far as bringing people back to life, because it just means that death isn't permanent. And even when death is permanent, it's like, oh, they're just like in the overworld now, until we finally get, like, we did actually feel stakes in the Universal Tournament arc, because you got rid of the afterlife of the universes too, and that was like scary. And I was like, okay, now we're cooking, you know. And I was super invested.
We've got things like Hakai now, which can delete a person from existence.
That's true. And that is super scary, even though that is literally what happens to us in real life. But
yes.
But I digress. Not to get existential or anything.
There are some things about Dragon Ball's Afterlife that, like, you know, the limits of the Dragon Ball Afterlife, right? Because there are limits to that too.
I know that it can be destroyed.
Obviously, because we see Boo do shit like that.
Right. Like, he fucking destroys heaven.
So, like, we know that can happen, but also, if a soul is considered a bad soul, they go to get cleansed. And after a certain amount of time of cleansing, that soul gets reincarnated and no longer is in the afterlife. That's why Frieza was in Earth's hell, because it was an attempt to try to cleanse him. It's actually, so, like, everybody that's gone and said, like, oh, Raditz should come back. Raditz can't come back. Raditz doesn't exist in hell anymore. The amount of time for people like Raditz and Bardock to have been in hell, their souls have been cleansed and been reincarnated into new people. They're gone.
Is Oob a canon character still in the Super Saga?
Yes. Okay. Oob is actually directly talked about in Super during the Universe Survival arc, when they're trying to figure out who would be the best people to bring in. And Goku mentions Oob and says that he's just not old enough yet to be of any use to us.
Because I know that he's the reincarnation of Kid Buu.
Yes, and the only reason he's a reincarnation of Kid Buu is completely separate from what we normally get. So, like, normally your reincarnations don't carry the power and potential and everything from the people who were there before. They're just souls going into a new body. It's just a fucking battery swap. Okay. Kid Buu's a little different because Goku specifically requested for Kid Buu to come back so that they could fight again. And an exception was made because it was Goku fighting to preserve heaven, literally. Like, an exception was made for his request, which is not a normal thing.
Gotcha. So it was basically, like, personality-wise, Kid Buu without the spice.
Basically, is what we like. We don't know what the canon Oob is going to ultimately be when we get to him in Super, because they're probably going to erase the original ending of Dragon Ball Z. They kind of have to.
Hold on.
In order to... What's up?
Nyara is a danger to herself. I'm her friend, just to let everyone know, lol. What?
I don't. Okay.
If you were serious, you'd be DMing us. You were just trying to start shit. Like, what the fuck?
See,
Sorry.
Guitar Rocker says, I've seen 81 episodes of Dragon Ball Kai. I like it up until the Cell Saga, which is very mid. Not terrible, just kind of eh. They wish everyone back to life in Dragon Ball. Don't think Nappa was wished back, though. No, the only time Nappa gets wished back at all is in GT, and he doesn't get wished back there. He gets forcibly put back on the Earth because of a weird, convoluted story that happens in GT where the gates of hell get opened up so that all the villains can come back, which is a story they already did in the Janemba movie because Hitler's canon to Dragon Ball.
I forgot about that.
Because Hitler comes back and fights Go Tanks and loses. So
he literally makes a joke too about them being the Ubermensch. It's so funny. It's so because they transform into the Super Saiyan, and he's like, blonde hair, blue eyes, super strengths. I should be recruiting them.
Guitar Rocker says, wishing Frieza back to life. No. Vegeta may have committed mass genocide against the Namekians, but hey, at least they were brought back to life. So, a couple things. One, the ones Vegeta killed were not brought back to life, and that was a specific point made. The wish that was given was every Namekian killed by Frieza and his subordinates. In the Frieza saga, while Vegeta is on Earth, they specifically note that there is one village missing, and Vegeta gloats that must have been the village he killed. So Vegeta's murder victims did not come back. But in the Dragon Ball Super manga, in the Moro arc, Vegeta takes a trip to New Namek in order to apologize to the Namekians and try to figure out what he can do to make amends for what he did now that he's a completely changed person. So a lot has actually been done to make Vegeta far better based on the shit he used to do.
Yeah, Vegeta is a very good example of a reformed character. It's very like it was gradual enough, and his personality didn't fundamentally change. He's just not like a warmongering, bloodthirsty maniac anymore, which is it's great. You know, I love that. Yeah. I think that's one of Dragon Ball's strongest points. Honestly, it's very good.
Yeah,
and he's a wife guy.
He is a wife guy. Holy shit, he's such a wife guy.
Oh, he fucking took on the Destroyer God for that. Like like I showed Katie that scene and she's like, "Oh my god."
If you ever want to like morph into a Vegeta stan organically, you watch the My Bulma scene.
Yeah.
The My Bulma scene will turn you into a Vegeta fan. I swear to God.
Oh, it's so good.
It's
so good.
It is unironically amazing, especially in retrospect. Like, because Vegeta in the Buu arc had that whole speech to Goku about how like disgusted he was with how he had settled down with a family and had started to enjoy it, like that inner repulsiveness he had towards that soft part of him. And then like once you get to Super, he just digs into that as a source of power. He's just like, this does not disgust me now. This is who I am, and I'm gonna go fight God.
Yes. Like, because it's so good. It's so good, too, because they made a mockery out of him at first. But it was all building up to that, because he was, like, very clearly going out of his way and making himself extraordinarily uncomfortable to make sure that Beerus, the Destroyer God, was comfortable and was not going to get pissed off and destroy the world. And that is, like, so degrading for him. Like, he really had to suck it up and take the piss on that one. But then as soon as Beerus takes that backhand to his wife, he's like, "Oh, you done fucked up now. I don't care who you are. Hell no."
And then finding out that Goku was just watching all that from the sidelines and was just like, "Nah, let him cook. Just let him cook. It's fine."
Goku honestly is kind of a dick. Like he is. Yeah, he's not the best person. Like they say he's like pure of heart or whatever, and I'm sorry. There's just like. I know he's a goofball, but man, sometimes, like, come on, man. Yeah, I mean, so yeah, I don't know. Sometimes.
So like Dragon Ball Z Goku is a pretty chill character with a little bit of poison in his brain. By the time you get to Super, he's the fucking Peter Griffin of his own show.
Who is? Sorry.
Goku.
Goku. Sorry, I lost the conversation for a second.
Fair
yeah,
enough.
a little bit, and I don't know. I like the gags sometimes. I feel like in Super, he definitely they assassinate his character a bit.
They like, really do Flanderize Goku in Super.
Yes, that's the word I was looking for.
Have you seen Daima yet?
No.
So Daima's short. Daima's 20 episodes.
Okay.
You really should watch Daima. It's the last thing Akira Toriyama really had his hands on Dragon Ball wise, but I feel like Daima redeems a lot of Goku's character in my eyes. It feels like a super authentic Goku. Like all the characters in Daima feel very, very true to form and not like overdone Flanderized versions of themselves anymore. Daima just feels really fucking solid the entire way through. Also, just it does the let's turn Goku into a kid and have fun with it storyline from GT and doesn't fuck it up.
Okay. 20 episodes, I could do that. I need something new to watch anyway, because I just got done watching, I forget which episode. It was the one, not the last one that released, but the one before that in the One Piece anime, because they just animated the, you could say arguably, I think it is the saddest backstory in the entire goddamn show, at least up to this point. And my God, I haven't cried at anything that hard in a long ass time. In fact, that might be I might have cried harder at that than I've ever cried at anything in any piece of media ever.
Liz Chris says, so is all of this just soap operas for nerds? Because I don't know anything about any of this, but I'm having fun listening to people geek out with so Liz Chris, I have a thing for you to do. Very important thing for you to do. I want you, legal or otherwise, to find Dragon Ball Z Kai. It's the shortest way to go through Dragon Ball Z while still having like all the canon stuff that matters. And before you watch it, I would recommend watching a recap of Dragon Ball. The only reason I say that is we haven't gotten any like shorter version of Dragon Ball outside of those movies that sucked. So do like a 20-minute recap of Dragon Ball so you get an idea of like the characters who were involved in the first steps of Dragon Ball Z. And then just watch Dragon Ball Z Kai and tell me what you think. You don't even have to go through the entire thing. Like, just till the end of the Saiyan saga, finish your fight with Goku and Vegeta, and just tell me what you think up to that point. Because that gives you a decent introduction to Goku. It gives you an introduction into the afterlife. It gives you an idea of like the scale of the villains that are going to be in the show. And if you do that recap, you'll understand who Piccolo is. So his story arc at that point will make perfect sense. And it all gets done in about 15 episodes. It's pretty quick.
I never watched Dragon Ball, but I played the Dragon Ball Z games growing up. So, like, I just thought they were really fun. I already liked all the characters, and so I just kind of jumped into Dragon Ball Z and was like, oh, yeah, like, I accept all of this. This all makes sense to me. But, like, in reality, if you're just now getting into it, it's probably best that you have at least a little bit of context from Dragon Ball. Otherwise, you got to kind of roll with the punches and be like, okay, well, I guess this person, like, this small man, this small white porcelain doll is here, and he floats and stuff, and talks for some reason, and like when you die,
Corin the cat.
Oh no, you're talking about Chow.
I was talking about Chaozu. Yes.
Yeah.
But anyway.
So you know what's weird? Like
what?
Watching only Dragon Ball Z and trying to wonder why the fuck Chaozu matters.
Yes. Or like honestly, like anybody who's not like, no, there are a couple that don't matter anymore. I would say Yamcha, Tien, a couple others. Like they're not that relevant, but
I think
they do try to make
DBZ
the most of the characters.
like I do think DBZ at least makes good use of Yamcha and Tien by comparison. So like obviously Chaozu, Tien, and Yamcha are all there during the fight with Vegeta and Nappa.
Right.
That all happens. But using Yamcha as like something horrible is about to happen, so let's almost murder Yamcha or let's murder Yamcha, like that's kind of the sign that, oh shit, things are happening. Because that's the beginning of the Saiyan arc, is Yamcha getting his shit pushed in by the Cybermen. Yeah.
Murdering that's how Yamcha you know is the plot device.
Yes. And then when you get to the Android saga, how do you know that the androids mean business? They stick their hands through Yamcha's chest. This is the first thing that happens.
What is it called? There's a I guess I guess this isn't the same concept. Where I haven't seen Star Trek, but like, isn't there a character in Star Trek that's supposed to be like really strong, but like he's always the first one that gets beaten by the big baddie because they want to raise the stakes?
The measuring stick. The measuring stick, because that's what Vegeta ends up being.
Yeah.
For Star Trek, it's Worf.
Worf, that's who it is.
Yeah,
the Worf effect. There's a name for it now.
Yeah, and that's what they do with Vegeta. If you want to show that a big baddie is going to cause everybody trouble, you make them body Vegeta. Because Vegeta was the big bad of the Saiyan arc. So how do you show that everybody's going to struggle with Frieza? You pit Vegeta against Frieza, you let him get bodied. How are you going to show that you're going to struggle with the androids? You have Android 18 break his arm. How are you going to show that you're going to struggle against Boo? You have Vegeta commit suicide against him. Like...
and then fail, and it just sucks.
And then
that was such a good moment for him. Oh my, that actually did make me cry, I think, back in the day.
But
so good.
That scene has more context when you watch Daima. Daima does a lot of really good recontextualizing older Dragon Ball stuff, and not in a bad way, like in a very good way.
Okay, I like that. Real quick, I'm going to answer this. Didn't you say Goku abused his son at one point in the show? So I did not say that. What he did was, technically, you could classify it as abuse.
Sabine!
Yes. Yeah, exactly. Like what happens is in the Cell Saga, Goku is like pure of heart, but part of that is being stupid and being not able to see past yourself. He's a very self-centered character. He tries his best to help the people around him, but he doesn't really know how. Like, he's just kind of an idiot. So what happens is he doesn't understand that his son is not a fighter, right? So like he's training his son to go kick the shit out of Cell, and the entire time we're just like going along with it because we're like, this is a threat to the world. He needs to be ready. And we're getting all this info that like Gohan could be even stronger than Goku, and I think he did end up being that in the saga because for once it was somebody besides Goku who won, and that was Gohan. Anyway, what happens is, he decides he goes up against Cell first. He says he can't win, and then he gives Cell a sensu bean, which basically cures him of everything, and then. He sends his son out to go fight this fucking world-destroying monster and says, well, son, you can do it. Which is true. He probably could. But he doesn't want to. Like, he didn't fucking want to. And Piccolo had to be the one to be like, dog, your son is getting his shit pushed in because he's not a fighter, you dipshit. And then Goku was like, oh, fuck. I didn't even think about that. I didn't think that people could be wired differently. So
yep, and the thing is though, in that moment, the minute he realized, that was what he had done, the first thing he does when it seems like Gohan can't take care of himself anymore is he immediately grabs Cell and pulls him out of the fight to what should have been Cell's demise, like what should have killed Cell.
Yes,
like the first Goku's a hero because the first thing he does is when the poison is pointed out to him, he takes responsibility for it. And then you get Dragon Ball Super Goku where he no longer does that anymore because he just becomes the Peter Griffin of his own show.
Yeah, he fucking starts a Universal Tournament arc where the consequence of losing is everything in your universe is erased permanently.
Yep. That
And obviously,
one,
we as the audience know that that's not going to happen, but you know, he didn't know that.
the thing that I don't like about the Universal Survival Arc or the World Tournament or the Universe Tournament,
Right?
is that the story that we're given eventually is that, well, the Xenos were going to do this anyway. They'd already deleted like 5 universes well before. Like, that's the story that we're given. I don't like that. I like the idea that this is a fuck up from Goku that he has to fix. I liked that a lot. And then they went, no, it's not really Goku's mistake. He just kind of accelerated it along. And, you know, realistically, if he hadn't have given the idea for the tournament, they would have just deleted the universes anyway. Like, nah, keep Goku fucking everything up. If you're gonna go with that story, go with it.
Yeah, and it kind of takes away the punch from Zeno too. Like, the whole point of Zeno to me was that he was kind of like Goku, but like,
Imagine
he's
god powers instead of fighting powers.
Like, he's goofy, he's carefree, and he doesn't really want to hurt anybody, but he doesn't really understand the consequences of his actions either. So, like, he just kind of blows up universes when he feels like it. So that kind of took away the punch for me, because, like, this was a game to him. Like, look at all these things that I can play with. Look at, this is great. But then it's like, oh, well, if the person, can I spoil who won? Like, it was Android,
you can do
that. Android 17, right? Or is it 16? Which one?
No, it was 17. 16 died in the Cell Saga.
I know which one it was. I just can't remember which number.
Yeah, 16 died in the Cell Saga. 17 was the victor of the tournament.
17, sorry. So 17 won, and then wished all the universes back. And then Zeno was like, well, we were going to destroy everything if you didn't do that. And it's like, but why? But that's not you. You, like, that's not the character that we've built up here. I don't know. I just thought it was kind of silly.
The idea of erasing the universes was basically, these are the ones that have shown that their mortals haven't learned enough lessons or done enough good or whatever. And the mortals would have definitely not done enough good if the one mortal who won by happenstance didn't bring everybody back to life. It's weird. I need to use the restroom real quick, and then I'll be right back.
Oh, you're good. You're good. Well, I didn't think we'd be getting into a extended conversation about Dragon Ball, but here we are. Goku is a spot-on representation of the lovable idiot who gets things done. Yeah, I'd say so. I think Luffy's a better one, personally. I think Luffy's a little bit more lovable than Goku is, because Luffy, the main difference between Luffy and Goku is that Luffy understands people. He's a very good understander of other people. I described it like this. He's an autist with a hyperfixation on human connection. He's a very astute observer of other individuals, and if he likes you, if he sees you as a good person, he will turn the world upside down for you, both literally and metaphorically. Was this stream about politics? Listen, you can listen. Dragon Ball Z is politics, okay? One Piece's characters have a lot more depth to them than Dragon Ball. I would say that's also true. I don't think Dragon Ball Z's characters need very much depth, personally. I mean, I hesitate to say this, but I do genuinely feel like One Piece is just a better put together show overall. I just feel like it had a lot of thought and a lot of love poured into it, which I'm not saying Dragon Ball Z didn't, right? But like, Eiichiro Oda has known what the ending of the show was going to be since 1998. Maybe even before that. And every step of the way, whenever he comes up with a new idea, you know, he doesn't he doesn't rush to the end of what he wants to do.
Did I miss the Young Cardamom segment?
No, but you did miss the Dragon Ball Z segment. Thank you very much for the another 2 tier 1 gifted subs. Appreciate you. I don't know if we're going to go over the Cardamom thing. I'll ask Surus when he gets back. Honestly, I haven't looked at it yet. But anyway, yeah, I'm obsessed with One Piece. It's such a good show. If you haven't started it, I know that it's long. It is worth it, in my opinion. It's up to personal preference, Guitar Rocker. I just think that it is a better built show, in my opinion. I've always wanted to try One Piece, but the sheer enormity of it is quite intimidating. Take it arc by arc. Like the first arc, I would say it's like the East Blue Saga arc. You can even go smaller. I would say like the first true arc is everything up to and including Arlong Park, which is like 40 or so episodes. And then after that, you get into the kind of the new, not the New Worlds, the Paradise arc, or the red. Let's call it the Red Line arc. I would say the Red Line arc is everything from Log Town up until Alabasta. No, that's wrong. I think it's Log Town up until Little Garden. Little Garden arc is like the first proper, we're on an island, we're here to do something, and we're gonna, like, this is what we're gonna do, you know? And then Drum Island comes, like, take it arc by arc is my point. I could talk about this for hours. I was gonna watch One Piece until you convinced me to. It's so good. I'm telling you guys,
Wealth,
like,
fame, power.
Start at episode 1, don't stop until you're caught up. Sleep is overrated.
Thank you for another 2 tier 1 gifted sub, Sake. Yes, true. Don't, just power through it. Don't sleep. Like the last, not the last episode, but the episode before the last one that they dropped, whose backstory I will not say, like, it gutted me. Absolutely gutted me. So good. Such a good burning hurt. They have a version that was put together by fans that takes out all the unnecessary stuff. I think it's called One Piece. Or One Piece. I know it's called One Piece. You said One Piece uncrapped. But it's One Piece. They need to do One Piece for Dressrosa expeditiously. I know they did it for the sub, but I watch dub. I'm a filthy dub enjoyer, so. I wonder if Cyrus is even going to want to do politics when he gets back. I kind of don't, to be honest. Also, I already need another drink, so I'll be right back. Excuse me. Nothing wrong with dubs. I don't think so either, but people seem to have a problem with it. I think that there are some voices in the dub that are better than the sub, personally. I love this little dude. Sorry if you're on Cyrus's stream, but I'm holding up a little dude that I crocheted. We're gonna put him on the store. He's in trouble. Yes, Rock, this is going to be a gift for my wife's sister. I don't get into anime much, but I'm glad they made a Dynasty Warriors version of One Piece. I don't know Dynasty Warriors. Be ready to sit here for a while? Oh, yeah, Cyrus takes famously long restroom breaks, I've heard. Let me look through this Queen of, what is it? How Queen of Kotwe's song #1 Spice came to be. Young Cardamom and HAB explain their signature Kampala sound. This is her story, Queen story, right? So wait. Sake, why is this important? It's always funny when people ask us about how we know each other, because HAB is always like, we've known each other for a while. And I'm like, yeah, we're basically brothers. We both loved music for a long time, and it's always been a... This is from 2016. Did I get trolled? Fucking... Sake, why does everybody think everything I say is a joke? Goober. You should watch K-Pop Demon Hunters when it comes out in 3 days on Netflix. I need more people to be aware this thing exists. It got Spider-Verse animators. I love it so much. That sounds pretty cool. K-Pop Demon Hunters. I've been watching, me and Katie watched a little Sakamoto Days last week. It was fun. We should watch more of that tonight. It's a very fun little show. If you like Spy X Family, imagine Spy X Family, but like everybody knows what's going on with each other. That's Sakamoto Days. And if you know Sakamoto Days but not Spy X Family, just imagine the inverse, where you have a mind reader, an assassin, and a spy, and they all keep secrets from each other. I think I'd like that. It's a very goofy show. Also, I finally got Katie to watch Dandadan, which is super good. But I will warn you, if you have a history of sexual abuse trauma, you might want to just get a recap of episode 1 instead of watching it. Or at least you can watch it up until they get abducted by aliens. It is by far the worst episode when it comes to that. Past that point, it's just like sex jokes. I've been working on so many things. I've made lots of balls. I finally made an ultra ball that's actually pretty good. This is the prototype, and I have this on the store, I think, for like $10 or something. I might even make it like $5 because it just sucks. This one is much cleaner, and I just made this one today. I'm going to be opening up a stand soon. I'm going to try to open up a couple of stands. Also, I'm making more dinos, more baby dinos. This one has a little bit of a tilted head, but I think it's kind of cute. I'd toss the Proto Ultra Ball. Well, somebody might want it. If I'm selling it for cheap, I can at least get a few bucks off of it, pay for the fucking material I used to make the damn thing. So, I still have not finished my shuckle. I need to get back to working on it, but like I sewed the cuff, I sewed one of the cuffs on. Here, I'll show the people who are watching. I started sewing the cuff on for the head. Right? But like, There's two problems. One, I need to cut this cuff off because I sewed it on wrong. And so, like, there's going to be a big, like, fold if I keep going with it. And then the other problem is the head, which is a perfect shape, by the way. But the problem with it is it tilts too much. I can't watch any dubs nowadays. That's a skill issue. I thought this was America. We speak American here. Come on, get on there. Difficult task to fuckle with the shuckle. That is true. Hello, Allie Allison. I'll work on it later, but it does go on like... It goes on fine, it just needs to... I need to find a way to stabilize it better. So, that's just a project. My favorite one that I've done recently are these whoopers. This is a shiny Paldean whooper. I think this one's my favorite so far, just because of the color scheme. It's very satisfying to look at. Flexible tail. The Paldean whoopers are not available for sale yet on the shop. But the original color, Shiny Catherine would die. I've seen people at Shiny Catherine. You can tell her I have the original too. I also made a shiny bronzong for somebody on commission. She loves Whooper? Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I mean, I'll make her as many as she wants. They're $40 a pop. They're really fun to play with. I still need dark brown for the original Paldean Whooper colors. Life-size Clodsire when? I don't know about life-size. That boy's big. But I do want to make a Clodsire. But once again, I need the colors to come in. I'm telling you, the same place that No. It's a different place that I ordered the dark brown from. But sometimes this yarn just takes forever to ship. Actually, let me check shipping right now.
Wealth, fame, power.
Worth looking up who young cardamom is.
Young cardamom. Thank you for another 2 tier 1 gifted subs. Appreciate you. I just don't understand why you linked that article. Ugandans with roots that reach far beyond their borders. Young cardamom and HAB. Were you being serious when you wanted me to go over it? Because I can't tell if you're joking. It's an article from like 2016 and I'm not a music guy. He's a candidate? Oh, he's like a political candidate? Then why did you not link me an article saying he's a political candidate? Why did you link me something from 2016?
Yo, can I ask where you're sourcing from for yarn?
Oh, thank you very much for... What was the... Oh, that was on Twitch. Hold on, the feed's not... Okay, so 100 biddies. Thank you very much for 100 biddies. I get my yarn. So this is Loops and Threads. There's 2 brands. Well, they're the same brand, but different names. Loops and Threads. Sake's talking about Zoran. That's a layer too deep, brother. That's a layer too deep. I'm not built for that kind of jesting and jowling. Thank you again for the money, though. I get my yarn from mostly Loops and Threads. I really like the size 7 bulky stuff. So Loops and Threads, Chenille Home, and then Loops and Threads, Sweet Snuggles are the two main ones. Now, unfortunately, they don't have orange, and they don't have beige. So you can also, it's exactly the same yarn from Parfait XL. And from Parfait XL, they have more colors you can choose from, and they ship pretty quickly. And then Bunny, Bunnii. And I have not gotten anything from them yet because their shipping is fucking horrific. Like this, it's so slow. It's like fucking molasses waiting for this shit to get here. I ordered it like 2 weeks ago, and it's still not here. But it's supposedly the same yarn. So like I'm just waiting for their beige and their. I got other colors from them. I can't remember what. But the main thing is beige. I need fucking beige yarn. That is the one thing that like Parfait XL and Loops and Threads do not make in this size is beige. Why not? I can't make people. I can make anything but people. I can make colored people. People of color. I shouldn't say colored. People of color. I can make people of color, but not like certain characters that I've been wanting to make is my point. They don't want you to make people. They only want me to make people of color. It's DEI.
Okay.
Can you make
I
blue
am
people?
sorry that took so long.
It's okay. Can you make blue people? I made a blue pigman, if that counts. He's kind of like a blue person.
What are we talking about?
My crochet projects.
Oh, okay.
Axel
says, Sirs is done pooping. Look, I made the mistake of eating ghost pepper jerky today.
Ghost pepper jerky?
Yes. Have you been to Buc-ee's?
No.
Okay, so Buc-ee's is a cult location. Whatever the fuck. Yeah, it's a Pikmin.
Oh, are you looking?
Okay. Yeah, now you just need to throw that at somebody.
It's so throwable.
Yeah, it's a Pikmin. It should be.
Yes.
If you can't throw the Pikmin, then it's not worth it.
It's a perfect handle.
Sidebar, not to get on another tangent before we continue with Ben Shapiro. Have you played Pikmin 4?
Yes, I did not finish it, but I got like the first major part done, if that makes sense.
Oh, so you haven't done the Captain Olimar section, have you?
No.
Do you know what it is, or do you want to know what it is?
I'm fairly sure it is. I'm pretty sure I know what it is. Can I spoil? Is that fine? Okay, we're spoiling Pikmin 4. I'm fairly sure it's Louis that you have to fight. He's like the final boss. Is that right?
Oh, that's not the interesting thing.
Oh, okay.
No, the interesting thing is Pikmin 1 being hidden in Pikmin 4.
Wait, like the game?
Yes and no. So, you know how you begin Pikmin 4 as Olimar, and then you find out that you're not playing as Olimar in the game?
Yes.
So when you play as, or when you talk to Olimar after you've like saved him, he asks you if you would like him to tell you the story of how he got where he was. And if you say yes, you will be playing Pikmin 1 in microcosm within the world of Pikmin 4. You play as Olimar with a 30-day time limit with a limited cache of Pikmin, and you have to start having your planning days and everything like you did in Pikmin 1. It makes you basically play Pikmin 1, but in the world of Pikmin 4 with all the restrictions of Pikmin 1 as Olimar.
That's actually pretty boss. I love that.
It is a whole ass game in the middle of the campaign that is optional.
That's really cool.
So, Saki has never played a Pikmin game, so I was kind of explaining to her how the Pikmin games work while I was playing 4. Mm-hmm. And because she got me 4 for my birthday a couple years ago.
That's
and cool. When I got to that point...
Has it been a couple years? That's crazy. Sorry.
It has been.
That's
it
crazy.
has been. But when I got to the point in the story where Olimar was like, yeah, I'll regale you with what happened, I'm like, oh, sweet, there's going to be a cutscene. Oh, it's going to make me play the one level where he gets captured for about 15 minutes. That's kind of nice. 2 hours later, I'm still in the middle of this, and this is still going on. This is just a video game hidden inside my video game. This is amazing.
That's so fucking cool.
It was.
I love that.
Just like the longer I played, the more my fucking eyes were lighting up. I'm just like, this is the best thing ever. The one problem I have with modern Pikmin games is not having the time limit. I love having the time limit.
I agree. I agree.
I like having that resource management shit. And when they're just like, oh, you like that? That's part of the game too. That's the Olimar campaign. And the game doesn't tell you there's an Olimar campaign.
Just real quick, I got this shirt at Spencer's. But yeah, that's so cool. I love that. I should play it more. I finished like the first part and rescued Olimar, but I never progressed beyond that. I just kind of stopped. Like, I haven't been playing very many video games lately. Like, I consider myself a epic gamer of sorts, but like I've been on my arts and crafts grind set lately. So
nothing wrong with that. Most of my time that would have been spent playing video games has been spent doing Magic the Gathering stuff.
That's great.
Like, I mean, the MTG channel's sitting at almost 10,000 subs now, so I mean, it's been work doing, but it's happening.
That's awesome. My cousin's real into that, but
I'm sorry,
I never got into it myself. I never got too into it myself. Oh, he's like crazy into it. He like sells cards and shit. So he like, I don't know if he still makes his living off of that, but he did for a while.
I think, man, doing like a larger collab at some point in the future, where like you crochet, say, a slime service and we give it away to a viewer or some shit.
Oh, I've been thinking about doing something like that. Like, I want to do like a fundraiser. I have this idea. I don't know what I would want to make, but I want to make something that's like relevant to whatever we're fundraising for, and then have that as like a raffle prize, so that it's not like whoever donates the most automatically gets it. It's like, well, if you even donate $1,
you get entered in the raffle.
Yeah.
So like if you're doing a charity for Trans Lifeline, you have like a crocheted telephone in trans flag colors.
Yeah, or like a trans Pokeball.
That way you can catch a trans girlfriend.
Yeah, there you go. Well, not a trans Pokeball. They're trans monster catching devices.
Yes, because Nintendo gets angry.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, I can.
I called this one Axolotl Monster Friend.
Axolotl Monster Friend?
Yeah, with flexible tail.
Oh, hello. Yes, it's Axolotl Monster Friend with flexible tail. It reminds me of a Wooper. That's so weird.
There's no resemblance there. This is an original creation.
Purely incidental.
Yeah. The likelihood of me actually catching a suit is extraordinarily low, but I'm not taking chances.
I mean, you functionally couldn't take a suit for that.
Sorry, say that again?
I said you functionally could not take a suit for that.
What do you mean?
So Nintendo has to be able to prove damages or potential damages.
Oh, okay.
That's what they've got to hit. So like when you make a video game, you are creating competition. You are. When you are making a stuffed animal and you're giving it away, you're not competition. But if you're selling it, that's competition. But you're not selling it, you're giving it away.
So what you're saying is I could just make a trans Wooper and call it a trans Wooper.
Yeah, you could just call it a trans Wooper, and as long as you're not selling it, that's the thing. Once you sell it, you are engaged in the world of damages. But until you sell it, you are good. This is the same reason where, like, when people say that, oh, when somebody calls you a pedophile or something, you should just sue them for defamation. Well, no, you have to be able to prove damages. Like that's the when we're in the legal world, we're doing suits. We are looking for damages. We are looking to damages to IP. We are looking for damages to a company. We are looking to damages to employees or sales. If you can't prove any of that, you just don't have a case.
That makes sense. Okay, so when I sell them, I can't call them Whooper. Got it. I figured that, but
yeah.
Yeah, so I'm just playing it safe. Even though everybody on Etsy still does, but I'm not taking that chance.
Right, you'll never sell a Whooper, but you will sell an axolotl friend.
Axolotl friend.
Yeah, that's all. Is what he is.
Any resemblance to any existing
friend.
monster creature is from monster collecting games or anime is entirely coincidental.
This is the blue version of the axolotl friend, but he's canonically in trans colors, and that's not something that any corporations have ever made, so they can't really hit you for anything at that point.
Yeah.
Anyway, One Piece is a great anime with a wonderful message that I think everybody should internalize, especially as Netflix decides it's going to up its prices more and more. Anyway.
True.
That said.
Did you still want to do politics?
So is that a question in like, can I avoid it for the rest of my life, or like, do we continue talking about Bibi Shabibi?
I mean, if you want to, yeah, we can. I guess we can do that. I was kind of having a good time, but if you want to, bring the mood down, yeah, throw ourselves back into the pit. That's the thing. I took such a break from politics and just indulged in my pastime. But then politics came back for me.
Sakura says there's defamation per se. Right, but for that one, the damages that you need are not financial damages. The damage you need then are damages to reputation. So you'd have to be able to prove in a court of law that creating something that looks like a Whooper and has trans colors and is crocheted is damaging to Nintendo's reputation.
Which would require them to be transphobic openly.
Yeah, you don't have a case there, not really.
Yeah.
So
I know we got to get back to Ben Shabibi.
Yeah.
Now I have to go to the bathroom, so I will be very short.
So you have to Ben Shabibi.
Yes, I have to Ben Shabibi. I'll be right back.
Fair enough. Yeah, so like you can say, so there's 4 categories of defamation per se. Saying that someone committed a crime or immoral conduct, which may also involve a false police report. Professor Tesla, god damn it, fuck you also. Oh, whoa, you got your thing. So, saying that someone committed a crime or immoral conduct, which may also involve a false police report. Saying that someone had a contagious, infectious, or loathsome disease. Saying that someone engaged in sexual misconduct or was unchaste. Saying something harmful about someone's business, trade, or profession. So, like, you can do a defamation case, I guess, if somebody tries to call you a pedophile or something, because they have said something about your, sexual misconduct. But again, the likelihood of you being able to win that case is interesting. Professor Tesla says I've been waiting for that one. It said, hey, when is the next Marcy Rankton suit date? Are you planning to go? The next one is going to be on July 14th. That is what was posited by the lawyer when we were in the brain. Sorry. That's what the lawyer ended up pushing for their date when I was at the pretrial. So as of right now, I am planning to go if my audience is willing to help me go, but I'm running into a couple of problems on that. Problem number 1 is my car needs repairs now. I don't know what the repairs are yet, but my check engine light is on, and I cannot take my car outside of the city safely while that check engine light is on. So I need to figure out what the hell's wrong with my car. But coming back from Washington, D.C. is the first check engine light my car's ever had. So we'll see what happens with that. I'm going to go to an auto store tomorrow, see what code it has, and see what goes on there. We know that the cost of the trip is always about 150 in gas and about 200 in food, or not even 200 in food. That's just when I'm being greedy. And about 100 to 120 for the hotel. So it's usually about 400 to 500 for the entire trip. If I can earn that when that trip comes around on the 14th and get the car repaired, then I'm willing to go again to give firsthand reporting on everything that's happening there. But as of right now, I have those limiting factors that I need to solve. I have considered doing a subathon again because the check engine light is on and the foundation from my house and my wall decided to separate. I posted some stuff about that over on Blue Sky. So I have a couple oh shit, oh fuck, oh god problems in me space that I've got to solve, and then I can worry about traveling again.
Are you responding to that thing asking when the next Marcy Rankin suit date is?
Yes.
Yeah, I gotta reply to her and set a date for our interview.
Yeah, I want to go. At this point, it's basically sunk cost if I don't go to the next one. I've got some frustrations that I'll talk about when I get into my video on it later today. But the TLDR is me and Equality Florida have beef now, which is not a statement that I ever wanted to say in truthfulness, but I do have beef with the org at the moment.
I'm sorry to hear that.
So watching Hank's channel, apparently Republicans are using the big beautiful bill to repeal cafe without repealing cafe. I don't know what cafe is. I'm uncertain of what that is.
Cafe
so
repealed. Cafe Standards Repeal Act of 2019. It is a repeal act already? Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm unfamiliar. But yeah, this is.
What's that?
Oh,
check this out.
This is what I'm dealing with right now.
Very dark.
There's a hole right down to the sub-basement.
So I've got a picture that shows... Here we go. That's the separation that is happening. There's water damage that hit there and is completely separating my my subfloor from the rest of the house.
Well, that sucks.
Yeah, I'm...
Like, give...
That looks like a whole project.
It's going to be. I don't know how to fix it. What I have been told is that the next job I have is something called jacking up a house, where once everything is dried, I apparently have to jack up the house and then push the subfloor up to where it needs to be if the subfloor is salvageable, and then put a joist under the subfloor because the damage that has been done allowing it to separate means that without a joist under supporting it, regular wear and tear will eventually just snap it with, me standing on it. So that's what I have been told is probably going to have to happen without going under and seeing what the damage looks like once everything dries. Don't know. I'm tired.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Tired is what I'm at. So.
Yeah, no shit. Anyone would be.
So that was what we got to see as soon as we got back from Florida and DC. Check engine light turning on in the car and that. Kinmark says the sub basement is the second basement of the basement. Sub basement might have been misspeak. Crawl space is more what is down there. But
Sub level 2.
Sub level 2. Yeah, that's what's going on over there that I'm not super thrilled about at all.
Sub level 2, the boss battle.
Said Shurist needs a shirt that says "I'm a machine that turns food into poop." Not a well-oiled machine, apparently.
Don't we all do that?
I mean, look. I am a machine that turns macaroni and cheese into feces.
That's impressive. That's alchemy.
It is alchemy. It's transmutation of matter. Yeah. You're right.
That's a law of equivalent exchange.
Jessica says, drink more oil? No. Once I'm done with stream today, I'm going to be going out to the grill and making some lean food. I'm making some macaroni and cheese, some fire-roasted veggies, and some grilled chicken. That is the plan, because that's going to be easy on my stomach.
Nice. I finally got my grill cleaned, mostly. It was disgusting. Oh, so gross. I had to wipe that thing down like 5 times, and it still was like giving me muck. Ugh.
Oh, were you talking about like the dust that settles on the actual outside of the grill?
No, I'm talking inside. Like I just was very bad at. I deep cleaned that motherfucker. Like I don't even know how necessary it is, honestly, but like it was so grody that like the last time I cooked chicken on it, I think I actually gave myself food poisoning. And so like at that point I was like, yeah, no.
So what I do when I'm going to grill, if I see that there's any stuff caked on it, I just take my metal spatula and I will just like piece by piece just scrape every single bit of the grill with it and then spray it down. And then that's about all that I usually end up having to do.
I scraped it, man. I scraped it and I scraped it and I scraped it and it just kept giving and giving and giving. And I'm like, what the hell? So I think I got it mostly clean, though. Like, it's 90% of the way clean. And I'm not doing any more. I'm like, fuck that. Because that was an all-day project.
You're at the point now where it functions and it gives flavor, and that's it.
It functions, it gives flavor, and it does not give food poisoning.
Clueless Expert, thank you very much for the $200 tip. Holy fucking shit.
Wow.
So, I appreciate that. I appreciate that greatly. Holy fuck.
That's very good. I think more people should do that.
But I do have a question, Clueless, since that is a larger sum of money. What do you want that money going towards? Because I did give a list of the things right now that are in issue. Car repair, house repair, and then the traveling to Florida when those two things are solved.
You are so nice. I'd be like, you know what? This is going towards whatever I want.
Oh, I'd love for it to just go to Magic the Gathering cards, but I also feel like that'd be an asshole thing to do. So,
I mean, it would also be a spiteful thing to do. So, you know,
very, very true. Very, very true.
But I mean, it is a donation. You could technically do that.
It is. I could. Said buy some diecast Disney's cars. No, I don't want to do that. So like the last time when I did any amount of like major donation playing, I literally put everything into a savings account that didn't get pulled from until I did the trip to Florida, and just pulled from that account when I was doing anything in DC or in Florida, and then said everything else that is left over is basically just going to be spent on credit card debt, which is no longer going to be happening because 2 major repair things happened at the exact same time. So credit card gets to be paid off at a normal, normal rate instead of a larger rate, which blows dick, but it is what it is.
Yep.
Life comes at you fast.
Life be lifing. I still got to pay for, I have clinicals to do for my psych NP. So that's going to be fun. But
yeah,
If nothing else, my parents said they'd pay for the last one, so whatever.
Loose Expert says, I guess car repair in Florida first. Gotcha. Then tomorrow, when I go to see what the code is on the check engine light, we'll see what that repair is going to end up looking like. I know the car needs an oil change. The oil life is at 12%. I've got a neat little dash thing that tells me what the exact life of my oil is, which is weird but cool. So I know the oil needs to be changed, and then we'll see what the check engine light is bitching at me about.
Yeah, I gotta get my oil. I went to get my oil changed this weekend, like a responsible adult, and they were like, I wanted my tires rotated too. This is not an interesting story. I don't know why I'm telling you this, but apparently, you know what? This is a good politics moment. They were understaffed to shit. So they literally were like, "We're not doing a tire rotation. Sorry." Like they weren't being an asshole about it. They were just like, "We can't. Like we have too many people in line, and we're understaffed. So no." So I told them I'll come back tomorrow then, and they were very grateful. And then I proceeded to not return the next day. So I still haven't gotten my oil changed. And that's ADHD, man. Like that's the thing is like when you know you got to do something and you have the urge to do it now, you know, like fuck it, wait in line, you know, fine. But anyway, the politics part of that is like, I feel like it's happening in a lot of places. Like every place I go into now is like, there's like fucking 2 people working and nobody there to help. And the only thing you can hope for is like, they got automatic cash registers.
I believe a lot of that is because of the tax credit that a lot of businesses get for being understaffed that happened a few years ago, if you remember that.
No, I don't.
So apparently the way it works is if a business is hiring, then they get a tax credit for that. But they don't have to actually hire the positions. They just have to be hiring. So if you understaff yourself and therefore need to be hiring, you now are eligible for a tax credit. And, oh, would you look at that? We got to cut our labor hours.
What could possibly go wrong with that?
Now, don't quote me on that. That's my interpretation of how that tax credit works. But
it sounds right.
But that seems to be what happens. So, you know, what are you going to do, I guess?
It sounds right.
Sidebar, since you were mentioning your crocheting stuff, you remember the 3D printed dice container I gave you that ended up breaking?
That is completely my fault, I'm pretty sure. I think I left it in the car.
So, fun thing, I'm taking a video of something right now, but because that material, hold on, there we go. There we go. So because the material that was printed in is a plastic that is brittle, and when it gets hit with heat, you know, things get bad. I'm going to send you this video real quick.
Okay.
And don't listen to it with audio because you just heard the audio from it. But that is the material that I have been learning how to print in recently. And that is my current dice container that I am using.
Okay, hold on.
But this material is called TPU. It is effectively rubber. Like, it is just printed rubber. So you can toss this thing at a wall, and it's not going to shatter on you. It's just going to bounce.
Nice. That's sick.
Yep. So you can see in the video, I can actually like flex it a lot, and it just kind of moves with it. TPU is great. It's a bitch and a half to print with. It is hard to get shit to actually like work with it. But the next time we see each other, I can print off an extra one of these and hand that off to you, and it will probably survive more of the trip at that point.
That'd be awesome. We got to go to some conventions together because, like, I've been meaning to open up some stands at these conventions and sell some stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So,
go to one of the makers markets.
Yeah. Well, like anime conventions mainly.
Yeah.
Do you have any interest in? There's this one-day event going on in northern Kentucky. It's what is it? Northern Kentucky Anime Fest, I'm pretty sure. It's in September. It's only one day, but I'll be at that one.
So, given that Kentucky's about 6 hours away from me,
that's a far drive.
It's a bit of a drive there, especially since September is also when MagicCon is happening, and so I'm gonna be at MagicCon because that's happening basically in my city, not in my city, but close enough.
Okay. I mean, it's fine if you don't want to hang out. You can just tell me that. It's not a big deal.
Oh, okay, yeah, this is.
I mean,
no, it's more about
I
trying to
personally
find
would
something
make
that
the
actually
6-hour
works out.
drive, but that's just me because I like you as a friend. But you know, that's fine.
Oh, okay, I see. I see how it is. You know what? You're not going on a road trip. You're going on a guilt trip.
It's true. I do that to my wife, and she hates it. She hates it when I do that.
It's like, man, I didn't want to hang out with you anyway, but you're right.
Yeah.
No, we'll have to figure out what.
I haven't been mean to her in a while like that. I need to do that again.
Jesus.
Fun.
Jassa says,
Anyway.
I hope next year to go to MagicCon. Would be nice if it was in Denver and not Vegas. I mean, Jassa, why not just come to the one in Atlanta? MagicCon Atlanta is happening after the one in Vegas. Fuck MagicCon Vegas. That means you have to go to Vegas.
I should ask my cousin if he's going there. You guys would get along. He's
Okay.
cool.
That's unfortunate for your cousin, but I get it.
I think you're cool.
Jassa says Vegas is a lot closer. See, I have no idea where you live, Jassa, so I'm just... It's further from me, so, you know.
Yeah, wait. They said Denver.
Is that Guitar Rocker in the background?
No, that's Katie, my wife.
Oh, okay.
I have had Guitar Rocker over before.
I just see a person in... Okay, there we go. Now I see that. So, like, the way that things looked when I just glanced over was literally just, there's a person in a loose shirt. Okay, well, there's only 2 people I know of that are around Alec enough to be that person. 50-50 shot. Let's go.
That's fair. It is my wife. I see my wife more regularly, considering I live with her.
Fair enough.
Sorry, I'm reading chat. Cirrus gaslights his friends. Do you?
No, and you're fucking crazy for thinking that.
Oh. I guess that makes sense when you put it that way.
No, it really doesn't. How many of these do I have to bounce between before it's true gaslighting, before you've completely had your entire like reality undermined?
Gaslighting doesn't exist. That's a word you made up.
Yep, you made it up.
Yeah, you made that up. Don't know what you're talking about. I don't know if you ever watch Oni Plays.
I used to watch a couple of things from them.
Yeah, I don't like a lot of the stuff they do sometimes, especially with the AI shit now, but I still think they're funny. But they have a great gaslighting compilation where they convince Zach that there's a character, because they're playing a Hercules video game, and they managed to convince Zach, which is the creator, it's Zach Hadel, the creator of Smiling Friends, for those who don't know.
Yeah.
They managed to, they gaslight the shit out of him. They managed to convince him that there was a character in Hercules named Herculad, who like, who like dresses up like Hercules. Basically, think Buddy from like The Incredibles. Like they managed to convince him that there was Herculad, and he bought it. He like swallowed that shit. It was so funny. And then as soon as he like, it took like it. They literally told him there's no Herculad. He's like, wait, really? I know I've seen Herculad. They're like, dude, we just gaslit the shit out of you. It was so funny. I've never seen anybody get gaslit that hard.
Oh dear. So I need to
So
get a
good.
better thing for cutting tin cans than my big ass scissors. Yeah, you kind of do. You kind of do.
Gaslight isn't made up. Most vehicles have one to let you know when you need fuel. That's pretty true.
Nah, gaslighting's not real.
Are we still going to do the Ben Shapiro thing? Or are we over that?
I think we still are. I think we still are. We just have to like.
We have to get there.
We talked about gaslighting, so I think we're in the mood now.
Okay. Yeah, good point.
I think we're where we need to be. I think we're where we need to be to continue talking about Ben Shapiro.
Okay. We're back to Ben Shapiro.
I got to react to this insanity from Senator Alex Padilla of California. Essentially, the story is that he went into the middle of a press conference with Kristi Noem, who's the Secretary of Homeland Security, and he basically just rushed in and started yelling at her questions, and security appears not to know who he is. About halfway through them grabbing him, he says that he's a senator from California, but they don't know him from Adam. It's not like he cleared his presence with security. So the video shows him being rushed out of the room while he's simultaneously yelling at Kristi Noem. They take him out. They put him on his stomach. They handcuff him. It's all very peaceful. They briefly detain him, and apparently he then got a meeting with Kristi Noem.
I'm just curious, like, what part of put you on your stomach and handcuffed you is very peaceful? I'm just trying to figure that part out.
Yeah, and also yelling what? Let's talk about that. Like, they're such, like, little pussies, man. They're like, oh my god, like, he bum rushed her. Like, we don't know what he was holding at the time. Like, he could have had a nuke in his pocket, you know? Like, we don't know. So, of course, we have to tackle him to the ground and restrain him.
Yeah, like, if I'm forcibly restraining you, it's not really peaceful.
No. And I also literally... Go ahead.
He literally announced that he said, I am Senator Alex Padilla, and I have questions for the secretary. That's what he said. Those are the words. What?
Do you want to know? So anytime I see videos of like police like restricting people's movement and, you know, putting them on the ground and saying stop, resist and all this shit, especially when it happened with George Floyd, I made this point of which George Floyd was an extreme case, don't get me wrong, but like what I made the point was when it comes to police, they're just allowed to fucking restrain you like whenever for whatever reason with impunity. But when it comes to nurses, we learn how to restrain people properly. Do you know what that entails?
I am not familiar, but enlighten me.
So you're supposed to do it if you have 5 people. It's supposed to be a 5-point restraint with 1 person on each arm and 1 on the head. You hold them on the ground, and you only do this under 2 circumstances. 1, you have a direct order from the doctor, and he has a good reason for doing so, and you are allowed to question that order. The other reason is that person is a direct threat to themselves or to the people around them. You restrain them, and then after you do that, if they need to have continuous restraints, like being bound to the bed, you have to check them every I think it's like every 5 or 10 minutes to make sure that like they're fine, and you have to like tell the doctor you have to check in with the doctor like every hour or so like that to make sure that the restraints are still necessary, because like the goal is to get them out of the restraints as soon as possible. Like it's really strict, and if you break any of that, like you can fucking lose your job. Jeez. Not the police though.
So it's also funny that while this was happening, the words that Kristi Noem was saying were, we aren't going away. We're staying here to liberate this city from the socialist. And the burdensome leadership that the government and the governor and this mayor have placed in this country. Those do not sound like the words of a peaceful woman. Those sound like a fucking war cry.
Yeah, a deranged one, because it's like, what power do socialists have right now? I fucking wish, man.
Like, if socialists had power, we'd have unions. If socialists has power, we'd have guilds. If socialists actually had a semblance of power, we wouldn't have to make so many jokes about George Soros checks. We'd actually have checks.
If socialists had power, we wouldn't need unions.
Yeah, because then they would all just be co-ops. Like, if socialists had power, then big businesses as a concept would not be a thing. They would be worker co-ops.
It's just so silly. These people have no fucking idea what socialism is. It pisses me off.
Say it with me, class. Socialism is when the workers control the means of production.
I thought you were going to do
sorry. Oh yeah, the Richard Wolff joke.
Yeah,
It's when the
socialism is when the government
stuff.
does stuff.
And when they do a lot of stuff, it's
communism. Good
yeah,
shit.
no, you're right. There's that.
Yeah. Anyway.
In person, she later said, you know, all he had to do was call my office, which is the proper answer. I'm going to explain what all this means, what this is all a part of, in just 1 second. First, again, don't miss a moment of the stories that matter. Become a Daily Wire Plus member for alerts.
God fucking damn it! Stop shilling your fucking stuff. Subscribe to me and subscribe to Alec and give us money. Fuck this man.
True.
Don't fuck this man. Don't let him breed.
And buy my Etsy products.
Yes, buy his Etsy product and buy my Magic the Gathering playmat. Like, just
Yeah.
buy stuff from us.
Yep.
I feel so skeezy when I plug, but I feel like I have to when Ben's here.
Oh, I don't. Buy my shit. It's great. It's all original made. This is my original pattern here. Okay, buy it. It's fantastic and it'll look great in your room. And he has wiggly arms and legs.
I feel very wrong now that I'm thinking about the words I said and how I said them. I don't want to talk about plugging near Ben Shapiro, not with this fucked up audience.
You can't have anything anymore. Every word's an innuendo, so fuck it.
Can't have shit in Detroit.
True.
Okay, back to BB Shbeeby. Just fuck off.
Let's make all of that happen. So, anyway, back to Alex Padilla. Let's be clear. Democrats are all looking for attention right now. Everything is about attention seeking. If you think of
yes, but that's because they're the politicians who aren't in power right now. But Ben is right about that. But it doesn't mean what he thinks it means. Attention is power. Politics is about power. Being in politics is you saying you have an idea of how the world should be shaped, and you would like power in order to shape the world that way. That's what politics is.
Yeah, like you have to be popular to be a good politician. If you're like, even dictators know that. Like, dictators are the most corrupt politicians in history, some of them. And even they knew, like even Hitler knew, like he had to keep a good face for the public. He couldn't just go say that he had Jewish death camps, you know, like you have to be popular with the people. So of course it's a popularity contest. It always is.
Democrats at this point, as a series of 5-year-olds who are desperate for mommy's attention, then their behavior starts to make a lot more sense. Like a lot more sense. Whether it is Cory Booker filibustering for 24 hours for no reason whatsoever.
Ted Cruz filibustering for 18 hours talking about nothing but green eggs and ham. We can play this fucking my side does the bad thing and your side does the badder thing. We can play that fucking game, Ben. We can.
Yeah.
And the entire Democratic press going insane. Oh, look, he's a hero. He's a hero of the moment, shouting at President Trump, taking out his angry eyes. And then giving you the full Spartacus. Or whether you're talking about AOC and her fake arrests from a couple of years ago when she was putting her hands behind her back, or whether you're talking about Alex Padilla today. The Democrats are solely reliant still on this idea that whoever resists Trump the most strongly wins.
Hold on, can I pull something up real quick?
Yeah, by all means.
Just something to remind us of. Here, let's, I just need your opinion, because I'm not sure. Does this look like it's, like, attention-seeking spectacle to you at all, Cyrus? I'm just curious. Hold on, it's loading.
Yep. Loading up on,
I'm not sure.
What the fuck is that? Hold on.
You've never seen this?
No, I've never seen this. Hold on.
What? No, pull this up expeditiously. So fucking funny. I forget where this was at. I forget who that guy is.
What is that dollar bill doing there? What the fuck?
I don't know. I can't believe you never saw this. Marjorie Taylor Greene went into here. Like, this guy's acting like, I think this was, I don't remember what this is in response of. Yeah, it's for the January 6th thing when they locked up all those, violent rioters who tried to commit a coup. And this was like their response. Oh, boo-hoo. We couldn't even commit a coup without being arrested. Oh, we're being persecuted for our beliefs. And then Marjorie Taylor Greene went in and like knelt down in front of this guy and was like, You're special. You're such a special little boy, and I love you. And then gave him a little kiss on the cheek.
Like, this is obviously not in a fucking prison cell, too.
Is this TOS because of the feet? Put them piglets away. People pay for that shit.
The only person who thinks it's TOS because of feet doesn't make political content on the internet anymore. But, so, Jesus fucking Christ.
I'm just pointing out, though. Yeah.
I think I've memory hold this. Paige says, I think this was an art performance piece. Yeah, basically, but like this is a thing that you do for attention.
This
is a thing you do for attention.
Yeah.
Like this is a spectacle. Ben Shapiro doing this whole like the Democrats do this because it's a spectacle and they need the spectacle. Ben, politicians do the spectacle thing all the fucking time.
I'll give you a legitimate example though. Of people on the left doing things for attention. The what was it? The people who threw the bowls of soup at the Van Gogh painting.
Mm.
That was for attention.
Yeah.
But what was it for attention for? What was their message? That we're fucking up our entire planet and we're going to die. I think that's a pretty good message we want attention on, you know?
Axo says, wasn't the whole parade for attention? Yes.
That too. Great example. Very topical example. Which it didn't get very much attention, to be honest. So funny that.
It's the same thing.
Haha, my country.
It's the same thing.
Yeah. Both sides are in a constant struggle for attention. Like, that is true. But to say that only the Democrats do it is very silly.
Also, there's a friend of mine on Facebook who's saying the No Kings protests were dumb because we'll never have a king. And like, congratulations, you've just called the North Korea a democratic nation. You did the thing where you argue with the title of a thing instead of the spirit of it. Congrats. That was
don't worry, bro. We've reached the end of history. America will never be a monarchy because I said so, and it's a very special place.
New things never happen.
New things never happen.
No, nothing ever happens.
Nothing ever happens. There you go.
Nothing ever happens. Nope.
Yep.
Nothing ever happens.
Just yell at Orange Man Bad and yell at members of the Orange Man Bad cabinet, and that will somehow result in a magical victory for Democrats. I don't know what they're thinking. They've tried this now for a full decade. If your strategy isn't working after a full decade, you might want to try a different strategy.
The strategy worked with Joe Biden. Anyway.
Yeah.
Like, don't get me wrong. I also think that the Orange Man bad strategy is stupid. I think it's hilariously stupid because you need to offer people something other than not being the thing. This is why I'm trying to help Clarence with his campaign here in District 14, because our other Democrat, we have two Democrats who are fighting each other in the primary to go against Marjorie Taylor Greene. One of those Democrats is effectively doing the Marjorie Taylor Greene bads to vote for me strategy, whereas Clarence right now is kind of trying to undermine that and being like, hey, I'm the guy who's friendly with the DSA. I'm the guy who wants single payer healthcare. Like, these are the initiatives I want, as opposed to just going, I'm not Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Oh,
and like, obviously there's some mudslinging at Greene that's happening too, because it's the easiest thing in the world to do. But I agree that the platform, Other Person Bad, is not a good platform. But also to say it's never worked is to ignore the Biden campaign.
Yeah, and it has worked. You're right. The point that Ben Shapiro is making is that it's not working anymore, which is not true. But I do think there's something to be said that the tides have shifted and it's not enough anymore. Because people are fucking tired of just being the not as bad guy. Like, they're tired of voting for the not as bad guy. They're just like
Yes.
done with it. So like I think the majority report was making a point about this. Like the Democrats have wanted for a long time to just be the part, like they just want to be the party that is just good enough that you will vote for them. They don't want to go beyond that, so they'll just point at the other guy and say, "Look, he's worse. You have no choice." So
yeah, and it is a strategy that is true, but nobody wants to fucking argue for that.
It's demoralizing.
Nobody wants to come to bat for that.
It's demoralizing. It's like I would rather I would rather die with dignity under the boot of fascism almost. This isn't me personally, but like there is an element of I would rather just say fuck you, I'm not taking that than taking that. Like it makes you want to not vote for them after a certain point. Anyway.
Yeah.
So Alex Padilla, of course, can get all sorts of attention. Democrats are saying things like, well, if Alex Padilla can be arrested, if he can be detained, what could happen to you? Well,
yeah, that's been a message that has been consistently brought out a lot because we've been talking about immigrants who have been deported, people who aren't even fucking immigrants being thrown back to countries that they didn't fucking come from. Like, we're dealing with this shit everywhere going, hey, if these people don't get due process, then why the fuck do you think you get due process? Like, yeah, that is the message. I don't see a problem with that message.
Yeah, if they can fucking tackle a sitting politician to the ground for asking another politician a fucking question, what makes you think they can't do that to you? It's exactly the point. Yeah, that's a great point.
I don't know. What would happen to me if I rushed into the middle of a press conference with Kristi Noem and no one knew who the hell I was and I started yelling at her? What do you think would happen to me? The same thing that would happen to you. The same thing that would happen to Alex Padilla. Unless you are recognized when you walk in, they are going to arrest you, probably. At the very least, they're going to remove you from the room because she's the Secretary of Homeland Security in an incredibly tense and fraught situation.
Yeah, no questions allowed, ever. Because, like, when he went into the room and started trying to speak, she just started speaking over him louder as he was getting removed.
Yeah, I personally, I thought we lived in a democracy, but I guess not. Oh, sorry, it's not a democracy, it's a constitutional republic. Totally different tangent, but I'm so tired of fucking hearing that. But anyway, I was always under the impression that we lived in a democracy is my point. I guess not.
Yep.
It's such a bizarre move by the Democrats to sort of treat this as though this is Tiananmen Square. The tanks are running over the protesters. The tanks are running over Alex Padilla. Gavin Newsom is a resistance hero.
Wait.
Gavin Newsom is the governor.
Wait.
Of the...
They were trampling protesters with horses.
Yes.
They were doing that. You might as well go to the tanks. Like, a fucking horse it can also kill you. Like, yeah, it may be more viscerally, like, visually concerning when a tank does it, sure, but, like, a horse can still fucking kill you. You know, put the animal abuse aside, a horse does not want to kill you, but if the police whips it enough, I guess it will. But, like, yeah, they literally were running over protesters. That is a thing that happened. We have video evidence of it, Ben Shapiro. What? Anyway.
Fourth largest economy on planet Earth. The most populous state in America. Gavin Newsom is not some sort of victim. His state has been run quite poorly. 1.5 million net citizens have left California since 2019. People in California have massive cost of living issues. Like, for a middle-class family, average cost of living issues.
Ben, question, just question for point of order. Why does cost of living go up, Ben? Under what system is housing a commodity that has to be bought and sold like stock? Hey, Ben, just out of curiosity. Why does cost of living go up, Ben?
It's because of those damn immigrants.
It's got to be. It can't be a thing that happens because of a particular system. No.
Those damn immigrants
can't be the system.
No, it's not. It's not the system. Don't look at the system. What does the wizard say in the Wizard of Oz?
Avert your eyes from the man behind the curtain.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Jesus Christ, Ben.
Yep.
$26,000 more than the average across the rest of America. But somehow, he's a resistance hero. Why? Because Trump sent federal forces into LA, and now he gets to claim that he is standing up to the man. Well, again, I just don't understand why Democrats believe that this is the winning message. All Americans want at this point is normalcy. That's all they want. There's a fascinating graphic that people have been trafficking around that shows sort of the ideological diversity within the two parties. And it shows, on the one end,
pause for a
Democratic Party, and the
ideological... That's bullshit. That's bullshit. Americans do not want normalcy. If they did, they'd vote Democrat. Like, we would have had a
party
swarm.
Of normalcy shits in the world.
Yeah, we would have had a swarm of people voting for Kamala Harris. They don't want normalcy. They want change. It is actually detrimental to be an incumbent now. It used to be a benefit. That is a strong indicator that we are thirsty for change. Just putting that out there.
Yeah, most people do not want normalcy. Most people... Well, so here, let me rephrase that. Most people do want normalcy. I actually can side with Ben on this. Most people do want normalcy. However, the question has to be, what is their definition of normalcy? Because my definition of normalcy is being able to wake up in the morning, knowing where your meal is going to come from, and not having to panic about it. My definition of normalcy is waking up in the morning, knowing where my medication is going to come from, and not having to panic about it. My definition of normalcy is waking up knowing that my friend who's been here on a visa is not going to disappear tomorrow. That's my definition of normalcy. Being able to afford to live and be happy and keep the people I love around me. That's my definition of normalcy. I want to return to that. And in that, I agree with Ben Shapiro. But to return to something like that, we need radical change in order to get to that. The problem with the Democratic Party for years has been that they do not enact radical change. They watch the status quo shift and then they work to maintain it. What's supposed to happen in the natural progression of a society is that the progressive ideas wrench everybody forward into the future, and then a group of people say this is going too fast, and they try to slow it down. And that's why they're called fucking conservatives.
Point at a time in history... Sorry.
No, you go on, sorry.
I was going to say, point at a time in history when conservatives have been the good guys.
Yeah.
No. Just saying.
Like, the fact of the matter is, we have inverted things so hard because we are no longer, and we haven't been for a long time, in a world where progressives try to move the world in one direction and conservatives try to halt it.
Yep.
We are in a world where conservatives try to regress everything and the so-called progressives try to halt it.
All the way down.
Which means the only place we can go is things getting worse.
All the way down to our fucking science and medicine. Like, it pervades the society. It's a cancer.
17 members of the vaccine panel getting fired and replaced with nuts.
17
That's
nuts, you
not
got
normalcy.
one missing.
What's up?
Nothing. I said 17 nuts, you got one missing.
Yeah, his name's RFK.
Oh, gotcha. I was going to say, why is it an odd number of nuts?
Because they're nuts from the squirrels from the PSP commercials.
Oh, gotcha.
What you playing? I'm playing nuts!
I don't know if I've ever seen that.
Really?
If I did,
Hold on.
I'm not recognizing it. Okay, well, now we're we got to see
I'm
it now.
sorry, Ben. I'm sorry, Ben Shapiro.
Also, fan art lures against TOS as well.
Shut up, me. Hold on. I'm sorry, Ben Shapiro, that we have to take a small break from you.
We have more important things to look at.
We do. We do.
18 years? Jesus.
Come out and play! I can't! I'm playing Nut! But there's Portable Nut! What? Yeah! It's a nut you can play with outside!
PSP. It's like a nut you can play with outside.
I never saw that.
You've never seen those commercials?
Nope, I've never seen it. Hello, baby.
My feed is
offended at having been captured.
food, Hank Green, card games, and politics. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Sorry, I was tending to my cat. Anyway. Oh, this guy again.
Logical diversity is extremely narrow. So all of these sort of various ideological perspectives are very closely knit together. And on the right, you have a much broader sort of network. And so the right looks like it's much bigger and much broader and covering a lot more ground because you have people who are pro-life and people who are pro-choice. You have people who are pro-free markets and anti-free markets. The right looks really big right now, and the left looks really small because the left has decided that its only point of commonality is saying mean things about the system and saying mean things about Trump.
You're being mean. You're being mean to the system. No. No. I cannot believe you said mean things about capitalism. That's so mean.
Like, I don't think that that's even accurate, though. Like,
I don't either.
Yeah, you gotta...
It's like the people he's talking about, the Democrats. When have they ever, besides like the progressive Dems, obviously, like, but even AOC, like, I don't even ever think she's ever publicly stated that like capitalism is a problem or like critiqued the system. Like, she's critiqued the system, but like said mean things about it. Like, that's not what the Democrats do.
Like, the Democrats, by and large, yes, their platform right now is beat Trump. But if you look at the Bernie and AOC parades, rallies that have been happening, a lot of their conversation is about raising people up. A lot of the conversation hasn't been Trump bad, look at us, we're better. It's been, let me sell you on an idea of a brighter future.
Yeah.
That's been the idea. Now, granted, you obviously have other establishment Dems like Chuck Schumer, and then you've got fucking dinos like what's his face? Dude who always votes Republican on fucking bills despite having a D.
Oh.
I can't remember his name.
I know who you're talking about. Somebody in chat knows.
Yeah, like somebody in chat definitely is gonna know on that.
Or that one chick, the one chick who like no, not Fetterman. Or the one chick who was the bisexual chick who like did the quirky thumbs down to feeding children or something.
Oh, Manchin, Joe Manchin.
Joe Manchin and Kirsten Sinema.
Joe Manchin and Sinema. And but the thing is, even with Joe Manchin and Sinema not being there, that spirit is still there. You still have people who are doing that shit because, yeah, you have Joe Manchin and Sinema not there, but you had Fetterman move further to the right.
Yeah. Thanks to his,
Fetterman,
brain damage.
You had Fetterman abandon his fucking base in Philadelphia. Like, you have a handful of people who are okay, but even when I've gone to, like, town hall stuff here, Nikema Williams had an army of Democrats at her town hall, and every fucking one of them was pissed at her. There is a lot of like anger and anxiety towards establishment Dems right now, and we identify a lot of those establishment Dems, Schumer being probably one of the ones that most people know right now. Like Schumer and Fetterman are probably highest on that list for a lot of people of like their shit list of establishment Dems. But the reason that you have that shitting on them is because, unlike what Ben Shapiro thinks, there is a broad idea of what politics should look like on the quote left. I say quote because it's hard to call Schumer a leftist. He's not.
The American left.
Yeah, the American left. Like, there is a broad spectrum of ideas here, but not every idea has hold, and that is a fault of the Democratic Party, because we don't have proper socialists in the Democratic Party at large. We have a few Democratic socialists. We have AOC. We have Bernie. We've got the Squad by extension. But what we don't have is, like, we don't have a proper, honest to God, proletariat rise up socialist. We just don't have one of those. And then when that's just one flavor of leftism. What about an anarchist? What about an anti-hierarchy anarchist? We don't have one of those. We don't have a communist. We don't have a guild unionist. We don't have any of that shit in our politics. But those ideas exist in the left. They do.
For a long time, it was illegal.
We don't have a syndicalist.
For a long time, it was illegal to run as a communist.
Correct.
So
what
does that tell you?
The Red Scare never ended. The
Yep.
only thing that ended about the Red Scare was us losing the guy who was holding the biggest pitchfork. But the Red Scare never fucking ended. Joe McCarthy may have been the guy with the pitchfork, but the ideas of it never disappeared.
Yep. Diarrhea forever.
Everything is poop.
Yep.
Do that, then they'll let you get away with most anything. But if you don't do that, then you get away with pretty much nothing. Well, if you only have one point of commonality, then of course you're going to end up a very, very small ideological party. That's not great for the country. The truth is that as the Democratic Party eventually learns that this is a very stupid strategy, and they move away from just yelling at Trump full time as their strategy, they're going to have to come back to something that resembles normalcy. President Trump has moved the Overton window so far on immigration that we're now arguing over whether we ought to deport all illegal immigrants or just many illegal immigrants.
That
is an argument that lives in Trump world.
Yeah, that actually is true.
And Alex Padilla can yell about that as much as he could possibly want. He's not going to win that argument. I still don't know what the Democrats are really yelling about here.
So, at this point, actually, Ben Shapiro's right.
Yep.
At this point, I hate to say it, he's correct.
Worst person you know.
The Democrats don't have a platform.
Yeah. And in as far as they do, it's just conservative light.
Yeah. It's not a platform of hope. It's not a platform of change. It's a platform of, let's go back to how things were a year ago.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
And they're going to do that every year. So, it's like a year ago, it was like, well, let's just go back to where we were a year ago, where we weren't, the Democratic platform in 2020 was Trump is going to build, trying to build a fucking wall, which is psychotic and stupid, which they were correct on, And then in 2024, Biden's like, wow, Jack, I built more wall than Trump ever did. It's like, what? Wait, no, that wasn't the deal. What? It's just, he's right about the Overton window. No, make no mistake.
Yeah, the Overton window has shift further right. And the Overton window shifting further right means that we have to have a more concerted effort in pulling it left.
Yep.
There are multiple things that are being posited. You have Democrats yelling that it's about a violation of due process. Okay, show me the person whose due process has been violated, and then file a lawsuit, and that person's case will be taken up before a court, and then presumably we'll get...
No, don't even fucking lie, you dumb-ass motherfucking bitch tits. Ben, there was a whole fucking back and forth with Kilmar Abrego Garcia about who actually could get him out of his cell. Trump said, I can't do it. Yeah, we may have fucked up, but I can't do it. And then the Trump administration started bringing everything they could to say that actually they were justified after saying they weren't justified. And then leader of the country he was detained in, or not detained in, but leader of the country he was being prisoned in, said, oh, well, I don't have the authority to get him out of the jail cell.
Nobody has any accountability here.
Yeah.
We're just little birthday boys. You don't get it. Like, oh, there's a man suffering right now, being tortured in a high security prison with like actual gang members who want to fucking kill him. Like, oh, I mean, I'm just a little birthday boy. I can't do anything about that. I'm Donald Trump, or I'm whatever the fuck the other guy's name is. What's his name again? You remember?
I don't remember.
Yeah,
I memory hold it.
Yeah, whoever's in charge there. That fucker. None of them want to take any accountability. But yeah, more to the point. We have names. You know, Abrego Garcia is not alone. He's just like the most prominent one. There was that gay barber who got locked up there. What was his name?
Again, do not remember.
That's fine. You guys all know who I'm talking about.
Too much shit going on all the time.
Yeah. We only have
Cindy
so
Vella
much brain space.
Cindy Vella says the Overton window BS is sold to convince you to give a fuck about the right when you get into power. Just end it all now. So, Cindy, I hate to tell you this, but the Overton window as a concept is nothing more than an observation. If I said the statement, there is a certain amount of things that are considered politically normal to talk about, that would be a nothing burger statement. But as soon as I put the name on it, the Overton window, then you'll end up having a problem with it. The Overton window is not some magical thing that does or does not exist. It's just a name given to an observation of what is considered indecorum or not in politics or in everyday life.
It's a simplified
that concept exists.
Yeah, it's a simplified way of describing a concept so that we don't have to constantly say like the current political atmosphere or whatever. Like it's the same thing as saying the Overton window.
Yeah, that's all it is. It's not some magical thing that I'm appealing to. It is an observable concept that I can call anything else. But people are sick of hearing the term Overton window because they're familiar with the term. So they're going to want something like cheek and different and, oh, that's a different concept. No, it's all the same fucking concept. All of it's the same concept. The observable things in our politics and everyday life that are considered normal or normal enough.
Well, we need something Zoomerify the term Overton window. I was trying to think of a good joke. Skibbity, yeah, the Overton Skibbity. Good job.
Yeah, it's the Overton Skibbity.
There you go.
Like I can call it the window of discourse. Because that's what it is.
Politics Riz meter.
That's political Riz meter. Yes, it's no longer the Overton window. It's the political Riz meter. That's what it is.
The Skibbity Riz meter. There you go.
Give me a second.
You're good.
The Overton Omegaverse. Nope, furry detected.
Omegaverse.
Hearing.
How's that?
And that's how the process works. And then you have people who are.
The Omegaverse is the alpha, beta, omega speculative subgenre of fiction where humans get categorized like animals.
Oh. Okay. Like, okay, alpha, beta, okay.
What if humans were pack animals?
Got it. Okay.
Yep.
I see what you're getting at.
It started as a thing in the supernatural fandom. Stop says, hey, the Omegaverse isn't just furry. All right, cool. So, like, that's like saying if I kill somebody and shit on their corpse and rub my foot in it until it pierces through their stomach, when somebody says, but he killed a guy, if I were like, I also desecrated a corpse, like, that, it doesn't make the words I said incorrect. It just means there's a scope of degeneracy that I've ignored.
It's funny. I'll have to learn more about this Omegaverse.
Said Axo says Omegaverse is a Yaoi and Yuri thing. It's a lot of things in degenerate fandoms. It's a lot of things.
I'll see if Katie knows about it. She writes fan fiction.
Yelling that it's some sort of fascistic imposition for the Trump administration.
Also, saying it's not a furry thing when it started with fucking werewolves, I see you, don't even.
True.
I had to learn about this shit because of you. None of you are sinless. Jassa says you have an interesting mind going to murder and defecation. Hey, what can I say? This shit's killer.
Good job. Killing makes me have to poop.
Administration to try to enforce federal law. The American people don't believe that. They don't believe that at all. And now you have Democrats claiming that Donald Trump is in the middle of an authoritarian takeover of America because Alex Padilla got manhandled by security who didn't know who.
No, Ben, no. You beautiful, stupid little boy. No. Nobody is saying that we have an authoritarian government because Alex Padilla got manhandled for being too loud at a Kristi Noem conference. No. That's one of like 100 things. It's one of those things where, like, you know how Umberto Eco has 14 points? I mean, there's more than that. There's more to fascism than that, but it usually gets boiled down to 14 points of fascism, right?
Yes.
So that's like saying you're only saying Donald Trump's a fascist because of point 12, whatever the fuck point 12 is. I don't remember what it is. Now I'm going to have to do this. 14 points of fascism. Fascism.
It's one symptom.
There we go. That's like somebody going, you're just saying he's a fascist because he appeals to social frustration. That's point 6. You're just saying that because he appeals to social frustration. And like every politician does that. And you just have to respond with, no, Jeremy. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm talking about the obsession with the cult of tradition, the rejection of modernism, the cult of action for action's sake, the fact that he thinks disagreement is a form of treason, the fear of difference he appeals to. Yes, the appeal to social frustration, the obsession with a plot, the obsession with the enemy being both strong and weak, pacifism being seen as trafficking with the enemy, contempt for the weak, you know, his whole shit about the military being comprised of losers when they didn't come back from the war. All of that shit, all of it, the selective populism, the way he wields machismo as a form of weaponry, and trying to get everybody on board with this idea that all of them individually are heroes, and that's why they have so many fucking tip lines right now, so that you can be a hero. That's all it is. So when somebody tells me you don't like him because of one thing, no, it's several, fucking Duke.
Imagine you go to the doctor, and the doctor is like, listen, you have lung cancer. And you're like, oh, you just think that because I coughed a little while ago.
Like, and he's just like, well, Alec, it is lung cancer, so just so you know, that's one of the reasons.
Yeah, it's like, no, actually, when you coughed, a bunch of blood came up, and also we have an x-ray showing the mass, and also you're a lifetime smoker, and also you have headaches and lost a bunch of weight recently, and it's like, like, you can sit there and be like, oh, well, you just think I have lung cancer because I coughed once. That doesn't change the fact that the cancer is brewing and you're going to fucking die, so, you know, okay. Facts don't care about your feelings, I thought, but, you know.
Who he was at the time. And by the way, just because he shouts that he's a senator, so what? I mean, so what? Is that showing ID? If you shout that you are a member of the cast and crew of a particular movie, does that mean you're not going to be removed from set? By the way, this sort of stuff happens all the time in public life. I remember just a few years ago, actually, I was doing an interview with Elon. This would have been the beginning of last year. I was with Elon at Auschwitz, and we did an interview in Krakow. And in the middle of the interview, there was some guy who's just kind of sitting in the back. We had no idea who he was. And we figured he was with Elon's team. Elon's team figured he was with us. And it turns out he's just some third-party guy who had sort of infiltrated the room. That's an actual security threat. That's a major, major problem. And so the idea that if you walk in shouting at a principal like Kristi Noem, that the FBI agents aren't going to remove you from the room until they can at least establish who you are, that's really silly. And again, this wasn't a press conference.
But he
did. But did they just try to establish who he was, or did they manhandle him and handcuff him? Like, which one is it? Like, did they say, "Hey, sir, I'm gonna need to see some ID," or did they say, "Nope, get the fuck out of here"? Which one was it, Ben?
They immediately, like, he came in and they immediately put hands on him, like, no hesitation.
Say Shapiro could see literal death camps being opened by Israel, and he'd still pretend that Israel isn't doing a genocide. Yep.
Really, this was Kristi Noem, who was speaking to the press, but it wasn't a press conference in the sort of formal, I'm taking questions from the press. It was a statement that she was reading to the press, essentially. And Alex Padilla came storming in. Listen, he got what he wanted. He got attention. But is that sort of attention going to help the Democratic Party? Not until they fix the underlying problem. And the underlying problem is, in fact, their immigration policy and their extremism. And if they believe that...
No. So
What's
this
their
is like...
immigration policy?
Ben is so close. He's so close to the right answer, and then he pivots away. I was sitting here like, man, Ben, I'm actually on board with you. None of this spectacle is going to mean anything unless the Democrats change their attitude, unless they change what they're doing. I'm so on board with you. And then you're like, they need to change their immigration policy? You mean the immigration policy that looks a whole lot like the Trump policy from 2020? You mean that one? Like, because that's
it's
the immigration
diet
policy they were
conservative.
continuing. Like
Like,
one
it's
of the
crazy.
criticisms about Biden is he didn't close any of the fucking camps. He
This
kept
is
doing
my
it.
thing. When the fuck are Democrats going to be like, you know what? It really doesn't matter what we say about immigration. They're always going to say that we have a fucking open border policy, even if we're sitting here literally sending legal migrants out of the country against their will. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah,
Like, they might as well
point-
just fucking say they're socialists at this point.
At a certain point, you may as well just, like, they're going to accuse you of all the left-wing shit anyway.
Right.
Just fucking do it.
There are people
Just
in my
fucking do it.
life who have called Biden a communist. That's
How?
insane. That's insane. Ridiculous.
Like, in what fucking way?
Open border. He literally bragged about building more wall than Trump did. Like, are you fucking kidding me?
Jesus. These people.
Counter signaling Trump is somehow a victorious strategy. Well, good luck to them. We'll see you on tomorrow's show. I'll have much more.
Okay, well that's all he got. Cool. That's all there was there. We did it. We got through it.
We did. Can we talk
It's
about Dragon
crazy.
Ball
It's
again?
like, can we talk about you know what? we had more fun talking about Dragon Ball. We did. We did.
No, but in all seriousness, though, like again, it's not just this one instance of one of our fucking senators being detained for asking a fucking question. Yeah, that was a symptom, and we pointed to that and said, yeah, this is fucked up, and that shouldn't have happened. But like, look at the bigger picture, man. We're sending legal migrants out of the country to fucking, for all we know, it's a death camp. We don't know what goes on there in El Salvador. Trump has already he's talked about fucking opening back up, what's the place called?
Guantanamo Bay.
Guantanamo Bay, which isn't even a fucking prison anymore. Like, he's insane. And yet, like, no, we're just like, we're boo-hooing about nothing, I guess, or something. Oh yeah, and let's not forget blackbagging people for saying that Palestine shouldn't be, bombed. Colleges literally like not giving people diplomas. People being run over by horses at these protests because like migrants, like their neighbors are being shipped out of the fucking country. Like, yeah, it's here. Okay, it's here. This is just the beginning. I don't think there's currently a way to be hyperbolic about what's happening.
Also, Sakura, during Obama's administration, he issued requests for Gitmo to be basically shut down by the end of the year. Like that is a thing that ended up happening. Let's see here. Instructional transfer goes to. It doesn't mean that the entire thing got shut down, but Gitmo as it exists was in a severely reduced state compared to what Trump wants it to be. That said, yeah, I think talking about Dragon Ball was way more fun.
Yeah, I do too. Got a lot of stuff for Dubsy to edit though, so that's good.
Yup, I got two here that are guaranteed to be videos. The conversations about Ben Shapiro, both of them, and then if they find anything else in there that looks neat, then you know what, that stuff can get used too. Why not?
Yeah, why not?
Like it. The agreement we have is they get paid a percentage of videos. More videos go out, the more they make. The more we both make. Life's good. Happy.
Excellent. Good stuff. I just pay my editor per video they upload, so hopefully I'm starting to make a little more dollary dues on YouTube since coming back from a extended hiatus. And also engaging in these fucking useless debates that people slurp up like the goddamn slop it is. But
they love them.
They loved. Oh god, this guy I had a debate with was fucking. He was on Jubilee. He's a Christian nationalist.
Oh boy,
this guy. Like it's on my thumbnail. He said that rape is worse, or sorry, abortion is worse than rape, is what he said.
What?
Yep.
Then you know what? You know what? If he was aborted, he couldn't feel anything. But if he was raped, he'd feel it for many, 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 many years.
Yep.
Even if you call abortion, like even if you call abortion murder, you still have to accept that murder is final and suffering is long.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to get into like the specifics of whether murder is worse than rape or not, but like if we're looking at this objectively, there's no experience when you abort a fetus. So I don't accept it at all as like a legitimate opinion.
Yeah, I
told him to fucking kick rocks. I told him to go live in a cave and leave the rest of civil society alone. And then in response to that, he's like, "Alec, do you want me to die?" I was like, "What? I didn't say that."
That's where you just respond, "I don't want to answer that publicly on air."
Yeah, I was like, "I didn't say that." Well, I just belittled him. I'm like, "What the fuck are you talking about? I didn't say that." And he's like, "Well, you told me to live in a cave, and I'd probably die in it if I did that." And I'm like, "That sounds like a skill issue." So, in all seriousness, no, I don't want these people to die. I want them to be fucking better people. I want them to improve. Like I did.
Fennec the Rabbit says, "Did you hear the woman in GA who was kept on life support finally had the baby super premature? He weighs a little over a pound and mom can finally be taken off support? Good."
Oh.
Because that shit was wild and stupid.
What happened?
Oh, you didn't know? There was a woman here in Georgia who was kept on life support while brain dead.
Oh, no, I did hear about that.
Yeah.
Okay. Good, fine, whatever, fuck. Like, that's just, like, insane. Insane. Like, you want to talk about misogyny, man.
The woman doesn't get to exist as anything but a baby factory.
Fucking incubators. I detest these people, man. There are not enough bad things you can say about them.
No matter what happens with this child, this kid's existence is going to be as a political football.
Yep.
The
I love
pro-life
that.
movement. The pro-life movement are going to try to make scores, saying, "Look, this person wouldn't be alive if not for our movement." And the pro-choice
I would
movement.
love that.
The pro-choice movement is going to try to use this to say, "Look at how much suffering had to be caused that was unnecessary to force this birth."
Yeah. Like, I love it when fucking people who were born as a product of rape grow up, right? And most people who experience, like, what happened has nothing to do with their existence for the most part. Like, it doesn't matter how you got here, you're here. But for those specific people who do this, they grow up and fucking become shills for the right wing. They're like, well, I was a product of rape and I'm fine, and look at me, and
Like,
I wouldn't be here.
Like, that's so cool. I'm happy you're here. Shut the fuck up.
I'm glad that you're grifting off of your mother's pain and suffering. That's really cool of you. Good job. It's like when those God, they will like literally they're such fucking scum fuckers, dude. They, like, remember what happened? I'm trying to think of what happened during the campaign at the Conservatives. God, I'm really trying to remember this. Hold on. There was like it was like a mother of somebody. It was one of the hostages, maybe, in Israel. Who like came up and talked about, and this is why like we need to bomb Palestine. And it's just so fucking gross, man. I can't imagine. I can't fathom doing that. Using your own relative suffering as a political football.
Access says, "I'm a sex work baby. I would never use that act to argue for or against sex work."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It would be a shitty thing to do.
Thank you for the 10 biddies. Just followed your video on Quarter and got me here. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Man.
Welcome.
I wonder how much piss is in the Quarter Pounder's basement right now.
Too much. I mean, there's at least one serving, right?
Yeah, true. And it's, it's on the side of pizza.
Yeah. Pizza with a side of basement piss.
My wife got pizza without me. I just took a piss in the basement.
Who fucking admits that? I wouldn't even admit that if I was crossed, man. Like, it's crazy, the shit people just feel comfortable saying. I was on an Asmongold grift for a little bit, and I'm just like stunned at what that man just openly admits. Things that I, like, if I had that happen, like, I would never in a million years admit that happened to me, or that I allowed that to happen. Like, the way that his house is, God, I could talk to you for fucking hours about Asmongold.
Man, I already talked about Asmongold for hours with Nyara.
Yeah, so did I. That was fun. I've been wanting to, like I mentioned earlier, I've been wanting to put a fundraiser together. I need you. Not to put pressure on you or anything. You don't have to, obviously, but
let's do full on peer pressure. Lean into it.
Okay, cool. I need you. I want Nyara VT. I want a few others. There was actually, it was so funny. There was this guy whose video came across my feed just randomly. And he talks about how at one point Jordan Peterson actually, and I'm only bringing him up because I want to get to know him better. He was talking about how Jordan Peterson actually turned him atheist and gay back in the day, which was crazy. But it's so funny because his video came across my feed and I watched a little bit of it, and then he messaged me later that day. And I was like, oh, hi. That's crazy. But he's only got like 6,000 subscribers. He needs more views, so I'm going to get him on too. Let me look him up real quick. Jordan Peterson made me atheist. Cade Bradley.
Real quick.
Yeah.
Real quick. We need to celebrate something together.
Oh, okay.
You never know. You never know. Maybe I'm going to pee in my trash can down here. I don't know. My wife went out for pizza without me.
God.
And I'm angry about it. So I'm going to win this round, and I'm going to pee. If I don't win this round, I'm going to pee in my own basement.
Just fucking... like...
What do we think about that? I don't have a bathroom down here. Oh, we made it. I was ready to pee my pants. I'm ready to... I don't have a toilet down here. All I have is a drain in the floor. I feel like we're going to have to use it, though.
He looks like he's had one too many drinks.
Absolutely.
I gotta pee so bad.
But, like, I've been pretty wasted on stream before. I just would never think to do this.
I gotta pee so bad. I gotta pee so bad. I'll never survive this round. I'm not gonna survive this round. I gotta pee so bad. Woo! Oh, I'm almost about to pee my pants. I gotta pee so bad. I gotta pee so bad. I want to lose so I can pee, but I don't want to lose.
The bro got a fetish he's inflicting on others.
Ugh.
But I have to pee so bad. I have to pee so bad. Don't you dare talk about water.
I love that. I love that.
Don't you dare talk about water.
The only legitimate reason to watch the quarter
I have to pee so bad. You guys don't even know.
Is to torture him.
The pee. I don't even know what to say. Don't talk about water. Don't talk about water. Don't talk about it. Don't talk about it. Don't talk about it. I made the final round. Somebody else made
Nazi
10 subs.
ASMR.
Somebody else made 10 subs. I made it to the final round.
The cringing.
I have to be so bad, though. It's hard to describe how angry my bladder is. You guys don't know. It's going to explode. My bladder's going to blow.
Dog, that's not even healthy, bro.
Nobody's
Why don't you piss before the round?
Get up!
Yeah, I don't know why. Like,
Get up! No!
I never let it get that bad. I've only ever let it get that bad once, and that's because school sucks.
I only ever let it get that bad if I am asleep and I'm desperately trying not to, like, what sounds like distant
I forgot you can hear it. Rancid. People have only ever heard me pissing on stream once, and that's because I didn't set the and it was in the toilet, mind you. But it's only because I didn't set my mic properly. Like I was just starting streaming, and people were like, "Hey, bro, we heard you pissing," and I'm like, "Oh, sorry."
You just have to lean into it. Just go. Did you like it?
Go.
I've literally never lost that round.
There's fried chicken in there, boys.
I've never lost that round.
You frying chicken in there?
Women do not want you,
yourself,
man.
Handsome?
Hey, women do not want you. If they did, they wouldn't get pizza without you.
Women want me. Fish fear me.
I literally have a hat that says,
round.
"Women want fish, me fear me."
Me fear me.
Yeah, I have another
have you
one.
Seen that?
Uh-huh.
Have you seen the hat that's like 10 of those strung together?
No, but I believe it. What does it say? Do you know?
Hold on, let me see if I can find the.
Okay.
Let's see if I can find the hat.
Because I memorized another one I have. It's buy a man eat fish, he day, teach fish man for a lifetime.
Jesus.
My dad's
Here
favorite
you go.
quote.
Here it is. Women fear me, fish fear me, men turn their eyes away from me as I walk. No bees dare make a sound in my presence. I am alone on this barren earth.
That's awesome. I love those hats.
Paige knew exactly what the quote was as I was finding it. It's the best.
Need bed off to sleep.
Classic. I need
Yeah,
that hat on Big the Cat.
On Big the Cat.
Absolutely.
This is going to be a controversial take. I don't like Big the Cat.
I don't think that's a controversial take. I don't think that's a controversial take at all.
Really? Because I've gotten shit for it. People are like, what do you mean you don't like Big? He's big and goofy. And I'm like, yeah, but he's like stupid.
I mean, don't get me wrong. It's a wrong opinion, but I don't think it's controversial.
But like, see? Look, your chatters are bullying me now.
They bully me all the time. That's not special. But
fair.
Okay,
He's
so
adorable.
you know what? You know what? Let's just real quick, the Big the Cat debate. The Big the Cat debate.
Okay.
Okay. So, all right. What reasons do you have for not liking Big?
He's annoying.
He's annoying. Okay, cool. What makes him annoying?
His dopey voice and the fact that he seems really stupid, never knows what he's doing, and also in Sonic Adventure 1 he makes you catch a frog for a mission, and it's needlessly difficult.
It is. I can agree with that. Okay. So, on the voice, do you know who voices Big the Cat in Sonic Adventure?
You're not going to tell me like Matt Mercer or something, are you?
No, John St. John. Do you know who John St. John is very famous for voice acting?
Who?
Duke Nukem.
Duke Nukem? I don't know Duke Nukem that well.
Damn.
Oh, wow.
See, now I feel bad.
No. I understand why that's so funny. Because I'm looking at Duke Nukem now and I'm like, that's interesting. That's a range right there. I can respect that.
That's a range.
I can respect that. We never did talk about your voice acting thing.
True, we didn't, but the Big the Cat debate has priority. So...
Okay. I don't have any good reason for not liking him. He gives me weird vibes. Like he's like, okay. What's his character?
So I can tell you what his character is, because this is how his character has been used post Sonic Adventure, and it's the reason that I actually really, really like him. So,
okay.
He's a watcher. Like from Marvel, he's a watcher. His job, narratively, is to never be fully involved in a plot, but simply be an observer who is always there.
That's creepy.
It is creepy. So, do you want me to show you?
You're not helping the case.
You want me to show you how? You want me to show you how creepy it gets? Hold on.
But you're not helping your case. Yes, show me. It'll help my case. I know that in Sonic Adventure 2, he's an Easter egg that just like shows up.
Yep. Hold on. Let's see here.
He's like in fucking. Find it. He's like in the core of the fucking space station.
Yep.
Where the Chaos Emerald monster resides. He's just like sitting there looking at you with his big, tiny, beady yellow eyes.
The Chaos Emerald monster who's sitting on my desk.
Oh, you have like the Bio Lizard sitting on your desk?
He's been on my desk this whole stream. Look at him.
What up? Oh yeah, you do. Look at him. Look at him go.
Yeah.
Little prototype, little failure of an experiment.
Yeah, dude, I loved his cameo in the Sonic movie. It was fucking great.
Did he get a cameo in the Sonic movie? What was it?
In the third Sonic movie, when Shadow and Maria are watching old horror movies or old like monster movies, they're watching a kaiju movie with the Bio Lizard as the kaiju.
I didn't pay attention enough. Oh, I can't believe I missed that.
But they have the Bio Lizard rigged up like a old school Godzilla kaiju where he's basically a puppet. It's the most adorable thing on the fucking planet.
That's amazing. I can't believe I missed that. He's just a big goofy guy who didn't do anything wrong. He just tried to destroy the Earth. He's allowed.
Yeah, here's the Bio-Lizard from the movie, the way they have him rigged up in the old black and white movie. It's fucking great. It's the greatest thing on the planet.
Okay.
But I'm trying to find...
I need to go back and play Sonic Adventure 2 again for like the 50th time.
It is very, very good.
On that topic, I want to show you one of my greatest creations after you show me this. Your fans are gonna love this.
Let me see here. 2024. 2000 annual visit.
Excuse me.
Please tell me this is the... Yes! This is the one. Okay, cool. So, do you have this up where you can see my screen still?
Not...
Okay.
Well, I can see the screen you're showing me on Discord. I don't have your live stream up.
Yeah, that's fine. It's just the screen.
Okay.
The screen on Discord is what matters. So you can see the 20th annual poster cover.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. So this is Big's Big Adventure. Now, are you familiar with the plot line of the Sonic IDW comics?
This isn't Archie Sonic, is it?
This isn't Archie Sonic. No, this is modern.
Okay, no, I don't know this.
Okay, so the first major plot line of IDW Sonic is that Eggman is gone. They do not know where Eggman is, and Metal Sonic puts together a whole plot where he shapeshifts into Eggman and then takes over all of his armada and then tries to kill everybody, basically. And Eggman is an amnesiac who calls himself Mr. Tinker and spends his time building toys for children.
Okay.
And that is his plot line. In that
So
he builds and fixes toys for children. He's fucking great.
He turned into Santa Claus.
So after he gets his memories back, because when Metal Sonic gets trashed, it triggers his memories coming back through a thing that happens. He remembers building him and getting him ready to beat Sonic and all that stuff, and it triggers everything. So the first thing he does when he gets back is he triggers a fucking zombie apocalypse.
Wow. Like
He
on
goes,
purpose?
he goes, I've been gone a long time. I'm coming back with a bang, and everyone will remember to fear me.
I know they need an antagonist, but that is wild that like that flip just switches, you know?
So he creates what's called the Metal Virus. And the Metal Virus it's just a zombie virus. That's all it is. You get attacked by one of them, you start turning into one of them, you start walking around moaning and groaning like a fucking zombie. It's just a zombie virus. What it turns you metal. So he triggers all of that, and for the next 2 years of the comics run, the story is about this virus as it is slowly taking over the world. And it does. It takes over just about everything. You watch it start from patient 0, and you watch it go until everybody is infected, and the idea of hope is gone. And Silver travels to the future and sees that there is no life on planet Earth, so they also know that this succeeds.
Wow.
Very fucking dire. So
Sounds
this is Big's Big Adventure. This is his story during the apocalypse.
You know, I was really hoping I would get that. I'm riveted. Okay.
Riveted?
Yes. It's riveting.
Oh.
Is that a thing? You say I'm riveted? I don't know. You get my point.
I've never heard I'm riveted. So it's big in the area that you find him in Sonic Adventure 1. You can see that he's on the little island that you find him in Adventure 1. He's on his very, very tiny home. Apparently they leaned into that. And he's just talking about how much he likes his friend Froggy. And then he says,
that's actually really unique for him. I haven't heard him say that before. Go on.
He's never said he likes Froggy. He's never said Froggy.
That's out of the box.
First you led me all the way to Vista View as he goes to find Froggy. And then it shows him seeing like this is the first panel from the actual comic from a few years ago where Sonic introduces himself to the first people in Metal Sonic's army. It says, then I followed you to the riverside, where it shows him just seeing, oh, this is Sonic's battle with one of the robots. Everywhere he goes, something in the plot that is major is happening. Here he goes, then I went to Barricade Town looking for you, and this is where Knuckles and Sonic are trying to free the Wisps in Barricade Town, which is the next plot point of the comic, well before the apocalypse happens. He says to Spiral Hill Village. You see that he's here, and Tangle, one of the new characters from IDW, has her introduction here. Like, every major plot event, he is somewhere near. Here he is on the edge of one of the Egg Fleet as Metal Sonic is having his first showdown with Sonic. Big's just fucking there, just looking around for Froggy.
How long is he looking?
And then you see Shadow and Rouge here having their conversation before the big battle at Angel Island that happens after this. You see him with Sonic's first encounter with Eggman's new assistant. And then, as the story goes, I thought maybe you'd gone to play with Cream, but they said that nobody was home.
Wait, he thinks to check for Cream after all of this?
No, he thinks to check for Froggy at Cream's house after, going through all of this. Yes, he does.
That's what I'm saying. Okay. No, he's doing good.
He says, I tried looking for our other friends for help, but I couldn't find anybody. And look where he is right now. He's on a bridge, and people are just dying around him. The apocalypse has started in full.
This man is
still on this journey.
This man has one mission and one mission only.
Yes. Also, you can see from this from this image right here, the door's been ripped off. He didn't just search the house willy-nilly. This is after Cream's house was attacked by the zombies and her mom got turned. And Cream was gotten out by Gemerald in the story. So, this is after events have happened.
Nobody was home.
And then here he is, still looking around for Froggy, of course. But this is one of the areas where they held up a bunch of the survivors. And he's just here, every major plot event, he's just looking around for Froggy, and he finds himself dealing with more and more of this shit, but he doesn't have a concept of how bad things are. And then you see he found Froggy. People are running away from zombies all around him. He has no concept of that happening. He has no concept that they're right behind him, but he's got Froggy. And then we see he finally catches on that he is in danger, and he just fights off a fucking horde of zombies on his own with only his fishing pole, because this man is fucking cracked.
How fucking powerful is he?
Apparently too goddamn powerful.
What the fuck?
You have to remember, this man, armed with only a fishing pole and barely a brain cell, took on Chaos 6 in Sonic Adventure and lived to tell the tale. I do not know what this man eats for breakfast, but we know that he does good.
So you get strength enough to fight off a horde of robot zombies that could easily take down the average person And the trade-off is that you have a crippling hyperfixation on a pet frog.
Yes, basically. Basically. He strings all the zombies up with fishing pole because he can't kill them. He doesn't know how, but he knows he can stun them, and he knows how to do that. Unfortunately, Froggy made physical contact with them. He's infected. So the story ends with him back at his home saying, "That's okay. We're such good friends. I'm happy to be back home with you," as everything is turning up, like, is just turning wrong.
This is a tragedy? Like...
Yeah. Yeah, the end of this is, and then Big turned. And that was it. This is his final moment before they reverse the events of, or not the events, but before they reverse the effects of what happened. This is effectively his final moment if nobody intervened. If what Silver saw in the future came to be, this is the end of Big the Cat. This moment right here.
I don't know how to feel about this. Like, I understand the appeal of him now. So you've at least convinced me of that, because, like, that's fucking bizarre. And, like, you're so invested in him finding his fucking frog because, like, there's so much interesting, not even just interesting, like horrific things happening all around this man. But, like, he's just being pulled along by trying to find his stupid pet frog.
Yep. You have the ability to change fate itself with your fishing pole. The trade-off is you are hyperfixated on frog.
I guess. I get it. Listen, I get it. Okay. I still hate him. Like, he literally was sitting there. He literally standing there on the bridge like, "Froggy, where are you?" Everybody, like, there's just screams drowning everything out from, like, suffering people. Yeah, that's great, man.
Like, that's what they've been doing with Big the Cat in the newer stories, is he's just the watcher. He is always there for major events. He knows that they are happening. He does not have a real concept of why they are happening, and thus does not get involved when he doesn't have to. That's
amazing.
He just wants to chill. That's what he wants to do. Like,
I guess, man.
I hate controlling him in Sonic Adventure. I do. I can't stand him in the game he debuted in. But I love what has been done with him narratively. I really, really do.
Yeah, you know what? I gotta give him props for being interesting. Because I've never seen anything like that, so...
Like, it's just a really, really good way to take a character that people genuinely dislike. And then the next story was about a couple of radio casters as the city's lights are turning out around them because people are being snuffed out one by one, and they're trying to give information to the populace without having information to go off of. It is like, IDW Sonic's great. There's just so much good shit in IDW Sonic.
It seems like it. I've been wanting to read the Archie comics at some point. IDW looks good too. I love Sonic, but, like, I grew up on Sonic Adventure 2. Like, even Sonic Adventure I didn't play that much. So that's like my main in with Sonic. I played a little bit of Unleashed, but I was really disappointed. I was, like, so obsessed with the Chow Garden growing up.
I was too. I was very, very upset that we didn't have a Chow Garden in Heroes.
I know. So on that note...
Paige says, how did they stop the metal virus? So, to stop the metal virus, Sonic and Silver had to go super. And Silver had to use his telekinesis in super form in order to grab onto the actual particles of the virus in everybody's system and all around the world all at once. And then Sonic had to fling it into the sun while Dr. Eggman made a portal device that could actually not only give Silver the ability to reach around the world from one location, but also give Sonic access to the fucking sun to fling it, because he didn't have the strength to do that otherwise. Like, it required a concerted effort of everybody who was still alive at the time.
What is he, fucking weak?
Yes, he's
Damn.
fast, not strong.
That's an L.
Like the current run of DC Comics and Sonic literally show that he cannot, like, he can't pry a Chaos Emerald out of Darkseid's hands. He tries.
My man Knuckles could.
Well, yeah, Knuckles is paired up with Superman in DC Comics. Like, he's got strength. That he has. Sonic does not.
Yeah, I kind of noticed that. Like, that's a nice little what's the word? Not a parallel. It's like a no. I can't. It's a foil, right? A foil. Anyway, I do have to get off here in a second because I have work tomorrow. But what were you gonna say?
That's entirely fair. I was gonna say also DC Comics Sonic is also really fucking good.
DC Comics Sonic?
Yes.
I didn't know that was a
this
thing.
This is a real thing. This is a real thing that is currently ongoing.
Does he beat Flash?
So they tie their entire like Flash and Sonic's entire existence together is just insulting one another and trying to one up each other. That is their entire dynamic.
That's awesome. I love that. I know there was a death battle between those two.
Yeah,
technically
now
it was
we
Archie
actually
Sonic, but
now we actually have like some canon shit that's happening between Sonic and the Flash.
I remember
like, we can
back
power
when
scale them a little better now.
When I was a kid, I was like obsessed with crossovers. So like you know the Pivot Animator program at all?
I don't think so.
It's fine. It was just a stick figure animator, and you could drop sprites into it, but it was really tedious. But I managed to make. You can still find my really old shit if you search A1 Bros on YouTube.
Okay.
I managed to make a Mario versus Sonic animation like way before like any crossover ever took place between them. And I just thought I was the bee's knees. I was like, nobody's ever done this before or ever will again.
And now it's one of the most done things.
He might as well be a Nintendo character now.
Yeah, pretty much. I guess I'll do the TLDR and the voice acting stuff just so that it's done.
Yeah.
So you can get to sleep. So Overton should be coming out here in a bit. I am told that the polish is all that's left on the game right now, but I do not know what the end result of that is going to be. Though I do have a voice acting project coming up. There's a friend of mine, Channel Pup, who is doing a fully fledged fan animation called Sonic the Hedgehog Speeding Ticket, and I'll be voicing Dr. Eggman in that. So
that sounds fun. Oh, Dr. Eggman, I'm jealous.
So also the design that he is using for Eggman in this is really interesting. It's a combination of modern Eggman and the one from the old cartoon. Let me see if I can find it, because it was posted very recently over on Blue Sky.
Do the announcement,
there we are.
The announcement isn't in Eggman's cadence and voice. Technically.
I have an announcement to make. Shadow the Hedgehog is a bitch-ass motherfucker.
He pissed on my fucking wife.
Pissed on my wife. There we go. That is the design that is being used for that Eggman for this project.
Okay. I dig it.
Yeah.
That's awesome, man. I love that.
So that's what I'll be working on soon.
I haven't tried out for any voice acting shit in a long time. I've been too busy with the crafts. Speaking of, I wanted to show you one thing before I go.
Sure.
I was so fucking proud of this, but I didn't write down the pattern, so I don't... Like, I know I can make it again, but I don't know, like... It won't be exactly the same. But I'm going to put it up for sale as soon as I fix the wing on it. Ciao.
Oh, let me go over to Twitter so I can see, or Twitch so I can see it.
Oh, I can share screen, or I can put on my video if you want.
Oh, I see it now. That is huge.
I wanted to make it
and
life-sized.
adorable. That
So-
as somebody who owns a Chow plush, I can respect it. Here, I'll put that on screen for everybody so you can see. But that is a massive Chow. That is adorable.
Thank you. I thought about giving him a mouth. I'm not sure. I wanted to make him authentic to the ones in the garden, and I was going to make a hero and a dark one, but I just ran out of motivation and started working on other things because that's how ADHD works, you know.
Yeah.
But I got to fix his.
No, it looks like that took a lot of effort.
Yeah, I mean, I was determined, so I, threw him together. The biggest thing was this fucking spring. It still kind of dangles more than I would like, but it's fine. I had to stuff a bunch of pipe cleaners into the base here so that it wouldn't flop over and bring the spring down a lot. But
it's
I think it turned out pretty
impressive.
Good. Thank you, I appreciate it. But yeah, this bad boy, I am gonna put him up for sale at some point as soon as I fix the wing. I'm thinking like I'm gonna price him pretty high though, because I do like him. I like having him around. So. But yeah, thought you guys would get a kick out of that. Anyway. But yeah, my I guess I'll show real quick. I got an Etsy store, so if you guys want, and I also am open for commission. So if you hit me up on if you hit me up on Discord, it's the best way to get a hold of me, and we can talk details about what you would like commissioned for a little crochet buddy. So. That's my spiel.
You do a crochet bio lizard.
Good. I do. So, do you remember the Mew I was working on that looked like a dick?
Yes.
So I have not worked on it one iota since I showed it to you. And that is
it's
because
still penis Mew.
It is still a dick. So that is, and the reason is because I was following a pattern for it. And for those who are not like artistes. That's basically a recipe for how to make something. So I don't follow patterns anymore. I just do my own stuff. And now I don't want to go back to the Mew because I'm like, I don't feel like pulling up the fucking pattern. So I'm probably just going to tear it apart at some point. But yeah, all my stuff is original patterns now. So, anyway. Sorry, I'm bragging.
Liz Cruz says crochet Cirrus would be awesome. Liz Cruz, would you be surprised to know that I own a crochet Cirrus and a crocheted slime Cirrus?
Yeah, you mentioned that.
Those two things do exist actually in my house right now. Ugh. That said, you probably also should shill your channel and maybe post a link to them.
Yeah, sure.
Link to your Etsy store.
Alec Gunter on YouTube. And if you want to get to my store, you can just go to my YouTube and click the link in the description. But you can also go to etsy.com/shop/GunterGrabs. We have many things available, such as Axolotl Monster Friend. We have monster capturing devices, monster capturing spheres, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
We have throwable plant alien creature, of course. All kinds of stuff. So, hop on over there. Like I said, I'm open for commissions as well. So,
red Pikmin with rounded noses. Something about that.
Not rounded. Not real. Like, that's as pointy as it gets. Okay. Oh yeah, one more I want to show off real quick because I'm really proud of this.
Sure.
One is Ice King for the Adventure Time people out there.
By all means. Also, Fennec, yes, it is lore that the crocheted version of me is just called Real Cirrus.
Real Cirrus?
Oh, that is... Yeah, for some... So, years ago, when I got the crocheted Cirrus sent to me, my chat was just like, that's the Real Cirrus. That's Real Cirrus. So now that's just Real Cirrus, and I'm just here.
Oh, no. You're the puppet.
I am. Yep. 100%. Also, that crown looks really comfortable. I wonder if anything bad would happen to me if I were to wear it for an extended amount of time.
I originally had him without the crown, so he's still got the white curl of hair up here. So it's authentic, you know, to the original. But I got to put like Velcro next time so you can take the crown off. But yeah, it's fun. It's such a fun hobby. If anybody does want to get into crocheting, there are tutorials you can look up real easily. To get started is super cheap, but you know, once you start to get into it, if you don't start selling stuff, you're gonna start seeing a drain on your bank account real fast. So it's really fun. But yeah, thank you for letting me share all that. So
no problem. Definitely share the stuff that you like to do.
I love it.
Awesome.
All right. Negosaurus, everybody. Go follow if you haven't already. It's Negosaurus on YouTube, I believe. Unless you want to do the shilling. Sorry. I kind of stole your steed there.
Perfectly fine with me. It's Surus on YouTube and Necosaurus on Twitch.
Excellent. I had a really fun time with you.
I did as well.
I actually went a lot longer than I thought I would, to be honest. I was having so much fun. I was a little disappointed when I said I had to go to bed, so... we'll definitely do this again soon. We'll have to get RVT on with us at some point. I think the three of us would
argue about Dragon Ball or some shit.
Yeah, she's a nerd like us, right?
Doesn't like card games, though.
She's a VTuber. She has to be, right?
She feels uncomfortable in card shops, and that makes me feel sad.
Aw. That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Well, if she's a nerd, she can hang with us, so...
Absolutely. I got to talk about stuff that went on during my trips. So I'm going to use the restroom, and then I'll be working on that.
All right. Well, you have a wonderful evening, sir, and I will talk to you later.
See ya.
Bye. Oh, yeah, I got to end the Twitch thing too, huh? There we go. Well, that was fun. I was a little nervous at first. I felt like I wasn't giving very good commentary. We kind of just jumped right into the Ben Shapiro thing, and I haven't watched Ben Shapiro in so long, and I feel like I'm not doing... Sometimes I feel like I'm not doing the best commentary on on politics, so... But yeah, if you're here from Surus's chat, thank you so much for joining us. If you're in my chat, of course, thank you as well. Love you all. Let me find... well, I'll just drop you on Surus, right? Yeah, that's the logical thing to do. So let me do that real quick. I'll get it set up. Surus is such a good bean. Love hanging with him. Make sure I got the right Twitch channel. God forbid I send you like Necosaurus when like they're actually Necosaurus _ or some shit. Okay, we are doing a Surus raid. Thank you all very much for being here. Once again, love you all. I will see you all again on Friday when we will be talking to somebody that is probably not quite as nice as Surus, but we'll get it over with and have a good time after that. Until then, take care and have a great night.